Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Welcome, William Bendix.
Nobody can act up to par with a nasty cold. I check my cold distress the fast way, with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
4-way is the fast way to relieve those cold miseries. Then you feel better quickly.
4-way cold tablets, only 29 cents.
This is the Radio Hall of Fame. The Radio Hall of Fame is presented during the full hour ahead by the FUNKO Corporation, makers today of electronic battle equipment for the fighting forces of the United Nations. Makers tomorrow of equipment for good living in a free world united by victory. Cooperating with FUNKO are the editors and correspondents of Variety, who report for the FUNKO program all the news of all show business the world over every week. This week, the editors of Variety recommend for your pleasure, and FUNKO delights to honor in your name,
from Hollywood, George Burns and Gracie Allen.
From the New York Legitimate Theater, Milton Berle, comedy star of the Ziegfeld Follies.
From the Broadway variety houses, Willie Howard.
From Washington and the world of affairs, Raymond Graham Swing.
From radio, Georgia Gibbs, singing star of the Jimmy Durante Gary Moore Show.
conducting the Hall of Fame Orchestra and Chorus, Paul Whiteman. Our Master of Ceremonies, the distinguished composer, critic, and commentator, Deems Taylor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Deems Taylor speaking for FUNKO. As you may have gathered from our list of players, today's program runs largely to laughter and song. A good notion, we think, for the year's beginning. Would you mind skimming through the cast of characters once more, Mr. Riggs?
George Burns, Gracie Allen, Raymond Graham Swing, Milton Berle, Willie Howard, Georgia Gibbs.
I suspect that Mr. Swing down in Washington must feel a bit surrounded. However, that's what makes a variety show. Variety. Highly recommended, I hear, as the spice of life. Also, it's a good idea to have Paul Whiteman as part of any such various goings-on, for Paul is constantly coming up with provocative notions. For example, the Whiteman Overture, now pending. It's based on a tune that Paul imported from Europe back around 1925, when hearts were young and gay. And it represents Paul's choice for the first entry in a sort of Hall of Fame memory album. I'm sure you'll recall Valencia, performed now with a special New Year's bubble and glow. Curtain, please, and the overture.
the seals, I hear you softly call to me. Valencia, where the orange trees forever fill the breeze beside the sea. Valencia, in my arms I hold you charms beneath the blossoms high above. You love me. In Valencia long ago we found a paradise of love.
When Valencia was a brand new tune, Willie Howard and his brother Gene were the comedy stars of George White's Scandals, 1926 edition. That was the show in which Ann Pennington danced the Black Bottom and Harry Richmond sang The Birth of the Blues and whatever became of the McCarthy sisters, or do you care? Well, the important fact is this. Willie Howard goes on and on with no diminution in the quality of his grotesque humor. Somewhere along the road since 1926, Willie had an idea which he has since built into the sort of show business classic that belongs on the Radio Hall of Fame. He created Professor Pierre Ginsberg, teacher of French. His present refinement of that droll character is Variety's first choice for your amusement today. Willie is assisted in his dialectic endeavors by one Al Kelly, a specialist in utter confusion. Meet Professor Pierre-Alphonse Latour Gainsbourg, better known as Willie, You'll Eat Strawberries and Rocket Howard. Good afternoon.
How are you, Monsieur Dims Taylor?
And how long have you been in this country, Professor?
Oh, Dims, to tell the truth, I'm very short of here. I just arrived from North Africa.
North Africa?
Yes.
While you were there, did you happen to meet General Giraud?
Who's this?
Giraud.
I mean, Giraud. There's going to be Giraud below outside tonight, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I met the general, but he was very sick in the hospital.
Oh, what was wrong?
Something wrong with the goal.
With that, Professor, you can take the air.
You too, Mr. Schneider. I mean, Mr. Taylor. Excuse me. My dear pupils of the radio, you know, it is very, very easy to learn how to talk French, providing you listen to every one of my lessons. Now, if you do, in a very short time, believe me, you'll be able to talk me as good as I'm talking. But to get the greatest benefit from my lessons, you must secure one of my textbooks entitled French in 10 Easy Lessons or 5 Hard Ones. You can obtain this book, mind you, free of charge, just by merely sending in your name and address on a postage card or tear off the top of your neighborhood grocer. Or a facsimile or a stale bageler, anything you got. Although, mind you, although this book will be sent out of free of charge without cost no money yet to pay whatever. There will be a sale tax charge of 94 cents. Little charge of $1.22 handling and mailing, making a total of $2 en consolidé, 16 cents. With each book I give away free, I also give you one ticket to see Oklahoma. But you gotta take the bus. Now the first situation we take up tonight in French conversation, we say you're living in Paris and the landlord will come for the money for the rent. You should tell him in French that you haven't got the money with you right now, so you talk in French like this, gay avec. Gay avec. Of course, I'm speaking occupied French. And now, my dear pupils, before I'm singeing off, I would like to quote the saying of that great French philosopher, Marquez de le fou de cassé de le, engrais vite, la patin l'avait longtemps content, son nom mon propre Dieu, honte l'enqueur. Who said? What did he say? Do unto others before they do unto you. And now,
pardon me, Professor, before you go, would you be good enough to give me a little advice?
What, a French lesson?
Something that has to do
with
What is
French. The trouble here?
Well, you see, I've been going around with a girl for some time. When she told me to trade back with the theme because I found out she wouldn't give me a chance to prosper any part of my own theme, I tried to grade back the forward, which in my case is so bad because I have no way
Wait a minute. What are you doing, the flight of the bumblebee? Talk slowly and distinctly right in the microphone.
Well, you see, when I started going with the girl, Professor, I had no idea that she's the one who wants to grade back to the Floyd. Because after all, you must realize, in my case, I am the type of a man that wouldn't even want to go back to famous. Because she's the one who tries to tell me how to cross these.
You want to...
But I want to get out the best way I know without telling her how to cease from. But if she doesn't do the grave, you must realize I wouldn't tell her.
Without having?
Without having Dr. B, she would try to tell me, but otherwise I wouldn't slave him.
Who did that?
Who did? The girl did.
Yeah?
Yes, when I confronted her with the idea, she told me I was nibbled. I don't have to trade back any part of the bean for it. After all, in my case, it's only a plain trade.
Naturally.
If you tell me not to sign me back on the road, I don't have to wreck so back on my own say because I realize that is the only way I can find it. Without getting out the best way, I would try to save it. But if you don't tell me the road, I can't pass it for because that's my way to fraud.
Naturally.
Well, all right, then why do you want me to grieve? I don't want to save it.
Who's driving the car now?
We haven't any blame.
Why don't you say the smiling Irishman?
I don't want to sell anything, Professor. I came for advice. You must realize my case is not the type of an ordinary trade because you want to tell me how to see it. It's only a matter of Floyd. But otherwise it wouldn't get the favor.
You mean you don't want to have
I don't want to have any of my own things until you tell me what the favors is. But otherwise, why do I have to go speed? Until you want to abandon it, I would try myself to 12%.
Without having?
Without having back her own dream, she would give me the trade.
Without doing it?
That's the only way to trade for it. Otherwise, you can't stand for it.
So what's that?
That's the way she wants to trade, but you mustn't for it.
You talk nice, but nothing comes out.
Well, why don't you tell me how to trade? Do you realize how I cross speed? Is that the way you want me to understand the word?
Well, that's different. Now you're talking my language. Boy of mine, I feel very sorry for your case. And I'm going to try to help you out.
Thank you, Professor.
Which way did you come in here? The side entrance?
North to the train.
Mm-hmm. Seems to me it's your mother-in-law that's causing all this trouble for you.
You're right, Professor.
You have no problem there, young man. Go home, young man, go home. If you're at home someplace, please go home. That's my advice to you.
Well, Professor, evidently you don't seem to understand that I do have the right to live my life any way I see fit without interference on the part of her mother because she embarrasses me a great deal, and I have the right to resent it. And I resent it very strenuously. That's why I came to you to help me solve this problem.
I should have quit when I was ahead. My friend, you know, today we are all in the same boat.
You're right, Professor. We are on the same boat.
You do the rowing. I'd like to recite a little recitation to you.
You want to recite a recitation?
Yes.
I have one here that I wrote for my girl, which I think is the most beautiful thing that has ever been phrased.
Let me hear it.
All right. She crazed and knew that things with boys, there wasn't a salmon for any spread. For feeling the void and things to play, she dropped the sin, and there she put.
Ain't that beautiful?
The recitation?
No, that music. I'm now going to translate it for you, ladies and gentlemen. He put his arms around her waist, upon her lips he placed a kiss. I've sipped, said he, for many a cup, but never from a mug like this.
As we stand at the threshold of a new year, the men and women of FUNKO Corporation reflect upon the opportunities and responsibilities that lie ahead. Looking back upon a year of continued achievement in the production of war equipment, they dedicate themselves anew to their war production pledge, more, better, sooner. For FUNKO soldiers of production, the headlines of the past few days have a special significance. We can win in 1944, says General Eisenhower, if every man and woman does his or her full duty. That's a call to arms at FUNKO. The invasion of Europe has already begun in the FUNKO laboratories and production lines. As the leader of the radio industry for 12 straight years, their special assignment is the development and mass production of radio and electronic equipment for the planes and tanks of the United Nations. And they're doing their part now, that our men may strike with decisive might when the hour is at hand. With all America, they look to the new year with hope for victory. And with high anticipation, they await the return of peace, when they can translate the astounding developments of their war research into finer products for your comfort, convenience, and entertainment. In radio, television, refrigeration, and air conditioning, under the famous FUNKO name.
A Girl and a Song, Georgia Gibbs and Shoo Shoo Baby. Regular listeners to the Jimmy Durante Gary Moore show on Friday nights have been telling the world about Georgia for some months now. And insiders in the music business, according to Variety, have been saying, here's a new kid on her way. That's the girl, Gorgeous Georgia. The song was written for Miss Gibbs last spring when she opened a cafe society downtown. The first time she sang it on the air in Hollywood, it created a considerable stir among the Vine Street set. Enough stir so that someone else promptly snatched up the recording rights. You've heard the song many times since, and here for the Hall of Fame record is the original superheated Georgia version. How about that, Miss G?
Ready and waiting, Mr. T.
The lady's waiting, Mr. W.
You see them up and down the avenue, but now he's wearing the navy blue. She had a tear in the corner of her eye as he said his last goodbye. Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Papa's off to the seven seas. Don't cry, baby. Don't sigh, baby. Bye, 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 baby. When I get back, we'll live a life of ease. Seems kind of tough now to say goodbye this way. Papa's got to be rough now, so he can be sweet to you another day. Shoo, 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 baby. Shh, baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Papa's off to the seven seas. Shoo, 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 my baby. Shoo, 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 my baby. Shoo, 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 my baby. Papa's off to the seven seas. Don't cry, cry, my baby. Don't sigh, sigh, my baby. Bye, 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 my baby. When I get back, we'll live a life of ease. Seems kind of tough now to say goodbye this way. Papa's got to be rough now so he can be sweet to you another day. Shoo, 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 baby. Shh, baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Papa's off to the seven seas, the seven seas, the seven seas.
Beneath the laughter and song this new year, I'm sure most of us have felt a growing anxiety as the stupendous military action impends on the shores of the European continent. To assess for us the portents of 1944, Variety has chosen for the Hall of Fame, and FUNKO is proud to honor, Raymond Graham's Swing. The voice of Raymond Swing is the voice of reason and common sense. His countrymen have discovered that fact for themselves in the years that he's been on the air, in the terrible years since Hitler's rise. His voice today is the voice of hope in this coming trial. This is Raymond Graham's Swing, speaking from Washington.
1944 opens before us a demanding year, one which imposes sacrifice, suffering, and sorrow. But it pledges a reward for its exactions. It will be a year of triumph. Beyond the foreboding storm shines for the Allies in Europe the morning of victory. Triumph and victory can be short-term words. They can mean only that a stronger violence has overpowered a lesser violence. The assault on the citadel of Hitler will be that, but it will be far more. The purpose of this war lies deep. It is a war for liberation in the exalted meaning of that word. And it sent out its challenge long before actual combat began. To recall that challenge, I'm repeating something I said on May 10th last year, on the 10th anniversary of a tremendous event, the burning of the books in Berlin. I know I didn't appreciate the full portent of the warning of that event, but it came to me shortly, and I see again vividly the figure of the man who taught me. He was an unusually tall, an unusually narrow man, with legs as long as Lincoln's, a rounded stoop of the shoulders, and a long, gaunt face. He'd been chairman of the Social Democratic Party and the Reichstag of the Weimar Republic, and his name was Dr. Rudolf Breitscheid. In my newspaper days in Germany, I'd come to know him well, and after Hitler seized power, I knew that he had managed to escape to France, and then he came to London. And I was deeply moved to hear that I should be allowed to have an hour with him alone at the home of a member of the House of Commons. I found him in that home, slumped, and it seemed almost collapsed in a big chair. He looked up at me with large eyes, filled with the pain one sees during a mortal illness. The first glance at him told its story. Here was a man whose life work was in ruins, who had lost not only his country, but all possibilities of serving his country or himself. A man bereft and broken. I expected him to tell me in that hour about himself and his escape, and to give me the news of our personal friends in Germany, many of whom I knew had been tortured by the Nazis. I was keyed up to withstand the shock of the brutality our friends had suffered. But I was stopped short by his tragic appearance and was unable to start the conversation. I hoped he would begin without prompting in his own way. He was silent for quite a time. Then he looked up with an expression of utter helplessness in his face. And he said weakly, but with horror, "Swing, they're burning books." I was startled, and for a moment I thought he was being irrelevant. I was expecting news of persecution, torture, and terrible personal disasters. And he began by mentioning what I already knew, that in Berlin they were burning books. But he was a true messenger of tragedy, for that was, in the furthermost depth of the tragedy, the burning of books. That was the symbol of it. A power had been formed in Germany capable of assassinating ideas, of destroying other men's words of truth, of shackling the freedom of men's minds. And that was what distinguished the Hitler regime from all other modern political menaces. Personal hardship, arrest, even torture, these were the inevitable lacerations of violent revolutions. But what other movement had begun with the flaming signal to mankind that it was no longer to be free to think, to search for truth, to exercise its mind? This was promising the end of the aspirations of all civilization. True, Hitler's organized hooligans were torturing their enemies, beating them with steel whips, expressing against them the brutal excesses of diseased personalities. But that was not the mark of the regime, nor the meaning of it to Hitler and his close associates. It meant to them a blow at their chief foe, for they were set to wield power over the world. The chief foe was not the hapless Democrats of Weimar Germany, nor was it the Jews. The chief foe was thinking, ideas, the free search of truth, and Hitler struck that foe. He put his foe in a fire. That fire has not died, and it will not have died until Germans themselves have free minds again, and no power remains on the face of the earth to deny the liberty of man's mind. And when the history of this awful war is written, there's a description of it that would be fitting. It was the war to put out the fire which Hitler lighted in Berlin that day in 1933.
With Paul's assistance, we fade gracefully into the ether at this point. On the other side of the fade-out, we have a date with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Milton Berle and Georgia Gibbs. Would you kindly trip the switch, Mr. Riggs?
This, Mr. Taylor, is the Blue Network.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The FUNKO Hall of Fame, Act 2. In the spotlight, grinning broadly, is our Mr. Whiteman. And with his next contribution to this afternoon's doings goes a tale of tribulation and woe. You have the floor, Paul.
The story begins with Lawrence Melchior, who was a party to this shindig last week. As a compliment to Lawrence, I had prepared what I consider a pretty striking popular version of a Scandinavian classic, Griegs in the Hall of the Mountain King. We rehearsed this little dilly about 600 times, and then Lawrence drew so many laughs with Fred Allen that we had to cut it out of our show on the air. Now, I'll be darned if I'm going to let all that energy go to waste. It's just too much to ask a man with my physique. So we're going to do the same tune right now.
For Lawrence Melchior, wherever he may be, In the Hall of the Mountain King is arranged in a new tempo by Al Sachs. Once upon a time, before Senor Marconi had his bright idea about ether waves, it was the ambition of every comedian to star in the Ziegfeld Follies. Nowadays, the funny men yearn for a high Crosley radio show. We have with us this evening a bright young man who, in his comparatively short span of years, has satisfied both ambitions. Variety recommends, and the Hall of Fame accepts with open arms, Milton Berle, top billing lad in the current Follies.
Thank you very much, Deems Taylor, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's really indeed a pleasure to be here tonight on the Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame. What am I doing here? Now I know I'm a bust. Well, it's the second day of the new year, and I feel great, really. I got up this morning at 6 o'clock, stood under an ice-cold shower for 20 minutes, closed the umbrella, and went right back to bed. But I made a resolution, really. I'm going to start the new year with a clean sheet, if it ever gets back in the laundry. Walter Winchell, he was very sweet. He remembered me this New Year's. He sent me a very lovely bouquet of roses with a lovely card. It said, "Roses are red, sometimes they're pink. Sometimes you're wonderful, and sometimes they were beautiful roses." I had a swell time this New Year's Eve. I started off by having one rye after another. I must have at least had about 10 slices. I liked it. Well, what fun I had, really. I made the rounds. I went to the Essex House, the Town House, the Hampshire House, and I wound up in the Station House. I'm not kidding. Everybody was so drunk I could hardly see them. And you should have seen Broadway. Boy, was it crowded. I was about to put my hand in my pocket when I made a left turn on 45th Street. And the crowd pushed me into a phone booth with two other people. This I must tell you. One of the guys thought I was a telephone, so he dropped a nickel in my mouth, stuck his finger in my eye, and started to dial my face. Yesterday, Paul Whiteman was very, very sweet. He invited me to his house for a New Year's dinner. For a holiday, the prices were very reasonable, too. I mean it. He didn't have the usual turkey this year. He bought a new one. The turkey, I think the turkey weighed 94 pounds. It was so fat they had to put a girdle on it to keep the stuffing in. There were a lot of interesting people at the party. I saw a glamour girl there. She was just reeking with perfume. The playboy just reeking with money, because I was there just reeking. Where's the rest of the joke? Wait a minute. What a swanky party. They didn't serve napkins. The waiters walked around with roller towels. I mean it. Then they served, they served Navy bean soup. And I called over the waiter. I said, "What are those two noodles doing in there?" He said, "Shh, convoys." I said, "Now look, waiter." I said, "I'm Milton Berle. Have you got any beef?" He said, "Yeah. Why are you on the radio and why am I a waiter?" They had so much food. During the meal, I reached across the table for another piece of butter. Armless Berle, they call me. One guy at the party made a glutton out of himself. He had 2 orders of turkey, 3 orders of cranberry sauce, and 6 helpings of stuffing, some pie and coffee. Boy, was I sick. I was eating food so fast, one girl thought I was a romantic screen star. She said, look at that, Clark Gable. Oh, no, I was wrong. She said, look at that Cluck Gobble. That's what... But that Paul Whiteman, he can put away a little food, too. He ate everything on the table, then he started chewing on something. I said, wait a minute. I said, that's my shoe. He said, too late. I got gravy on it. And Deems Taylor, he had a lovely girl with him, a buxom buzzard. She looked beautiful. She was dressed very formal. She wore a strapless potato sack with open-toe army shoes. I'm only kidding, Deems. She was a lovely girl. She was the type of girl you'd like to take home to your mother in a cage. She had a real strong face. She got that way from carrying the bags under her eyes. And boy, could that girl drink. Could she drink? She'd been under the table so often, she's gone steady with the face on the barroom floor. Of course, I didn't fool around with the girls. I just stood on the side like I do every New Year's, and I reminisced. I remembered where I was born, in a little town just outside of Boston, Phoenix, Arizona. I'll never forget the day that I was born. People stood around my crib, and they stared at me until I got so embarrassed I got up and put on my kimono. You should have seen my horoscope, too. I was born under Taurus the Bull, but I didn't mind. It was shady there. But I didn't mind. It was shady there. That was a lollapalooza, wasn't it? But when it came to brains, I was in the class by myself, kindergarten. But after all, what's life? A good magazine. You see, which joke are you working on, Don? You see, in my early days, I had to work hard. I worked like a dog, and soon I began to look like one. I'm not kidding. I started to get fan mail from Cocker Spaniels. But ladies and gentlemen, I didn't come here tonight to talk about myself because I'm in no mood for flattery. I'd rather talk about my cousin Joe, who's in Camp Ritchie, Maryland. I just got a letter from him, and I'd like to read it to you. He's a great soldier, Joe. He's been in the Army 3 years, and he's just been promoted. He is now a private. I mean, he used to be a buck private, but he was shooting dice, and someone took the buck away. Well, here's the letter. I'll read it. It says, Dear Milton. Calls me by my maiden name. He says, Dear Milton, I'm writing this letter from the guardhouse. The captain caught me peeling potatoes with his electric razor. But I don't care. I just got my wings today. Tomorrow I get the rest of the chicken. I like the Army. I like the spirit the soldiers have down here. One for all and all for one. Until a pretty girl passes by, then it's every man for himself. I went to the GI New Year's dance. GI dance. That's a commando raid set to music. I danced, Cousin Milton. I danced with a sweater girl. My luck. I always get the ones that knit them, not the ones that wear them. I like that one. I like that. All the boys had to entertain at the dance, and I told some of your jokes. I'll be able to take the cast off in 3 weeks. Before I close, Cousin Milton, I want to thank you for those expensive cigars you sent for Christmas. Next time, don't smoke them so short. Signed, Cousin Joe. Oh, wait a minute. There's a P.S. He says, P.S., I listened to the Rose Bowl game. I like football. It's a wonderful sport. Even Hitler is playing it. Everybody's waiting for him to kick off. Isn't that cute? Good night.
As you hear the applause of our studio audience over the air, let it remind you that someday you, in your homes, will become part of that studio audience. Yes, the time will come when you will see, as well as hear, the stars of the Radio Hall of Fame over a PhilCo television receiver. That's one of PhilCo's dreams for the future in establishing the Radio Hall of Fame. There's as much to delight the eye as to please the ear on these programs. And for some tomorrow, we see the opportunity to bring to your homes the charm and personality as well as the art of these performers. That's the promise of television as it has grown to maturity in the PhilCo laboratories. During 15 years of research, PhilCo engineers have made vital contributions to its progress. Today, an experimental audience in Philadelphia is enjoying studio programs and sports events direct from the scene through the PhilCo television station. When victory is won and scientists may return to their peacetime tasks, PHILCO will be in the forefront of the activities that will make television nationwide. And you will be able to look to PHILCO for the same standards of quality and performance in television that have made it the leader in the field of radio for 12 straight years.
The same girl and another song. This time an old song recommended to the Hall of Fame by the verdict of the years. The girl is Georgia Gibbs, of course. The song, Harold Arlen's Stormy Weather. Incidentally, Miss Georgia hails from Worcester, Massachusetts. She has a down east accent, a sweetheart in the Army, and a beautiful mahogany tan acquired by sunbathing among the gag writers on the roof of the Hollywood Plaza. Miss Georgia in Stormy Weather.
I walk around heavy-hearted and sad. Night comes around and I'm still feeling bad. The rain pouring down, blinding every hope I have. It's pittering, pattering, beating and spattering. It drives me mad. I don't smoke. I cannot go on. Everything in life is gone. Stormy weather. Since my man and I ain't together. Keeps raining all the time. Keeps on raining all the
A toast, ladies and gentlemen, to the institution of matrimony and to a pair of shining lights among the blissfully wedded, George Nathaniel Burns and Grace Ethel Cecile Rosalia Allen. In short, to the PHILCO Hall of Fame, at Variety's invitation, enter Gracie Allen and husband George Burns. George and Gracie met originally in Union Hill, New Jersey, always a romantic spot, and almost immediately joined forces for life. That partnership has paid off in love for two and laughter for millions. We journey then in the twinkling of an engineer's eye to Hollywood, where we meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Gracie, when is our laundry coming back? I feel silly running around bare without a shirt.
Well, I'm kind of glad your shirts haven't come back. You look so manly without one.
You really think so?
Yeah. You're Mama's big, bare-chested caveman.
Oh, sure.
No, I love a man's figure when it starts out real broad and then tapers right off. That's how it is with your shoulders and hips.
It is?
Yeah. You see, you're a yard wide here, and then you get narrower and narrower until we get right up to those darling little shoulders.
Yes, I'm your dream man.
Oh, I love your figure, George. And you know what gives me a thrill?
What?
The hair on your chest.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, it's such a cute little curly one.
Yes, I've always been fond of that one, too.
You know something, George? I wouldn't swap you for Gary Cooper, Paul Henry, and Charles Boyer all put together.
Well, that's nice.
What would I have if I put them together? Just a tall, skinny man with two accents.
Now, Now, look, Gracie.
Yeah, I'm mad about you, dear. Let other women dream about finding a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. Our marriage was my rainbow, and you were the pot I found.
You make me very happy. But I'd even be happier if I had a shirt to put on.
Oh, you know, George, seeing you like this reminds me of our wedding night. That was the first time I ever saw you without a shirt on.
I guess kind of gave you a thrill, huh?
Yeah. There you stood, bare from the waist up, except for that little money belt.
Was I wearing that?
Hey, yeah, and I was surprised. When you were courting me, you always carried your money in your shoe.
I did?
Yeah. I used to look out the window and watch you coming up the walk when we had a date. If you didn't limp, I knew we'd stay home.
Gee, you're really bringing back memories. Remember our wedding, Gracie?
Sure.
We had a simple little ceremony, and I gave the minister $2.
No, you gave him $5.
No, I gave him $2.
You gave him... George Burns, you forgot to give me my change. I was so excited I didn't know what I was doing. Remember after the ceremony we went to the Hotel St. Elmo, the nicest hotel in town?
Seemed like the nicest hotel in the whole world that night.
Oh, you said I was the most beautiful bride in the whole world. I loved hearing you say that, even though I knew it was true.
Well, Gracie, you were the most beautiful bride in the whole world.
And you were the handsomest groom in that room.
Well, thanks, kid.
We had the bridal suite, room 206.
Gosh, you even remember the number, huh?
Oh, sure. The room next to ours was 208, and then came 210, and then 212, and then came our bathroom.
All right.
I remember every little detail of our wedding night. We had dinner in our room, and then we unpacked our bags.
Yeah.
And then we played a few games of checkers.
That's right.
Oh, but I was too excited to play well. Mama beat me every game.
Dear old Mama. Believe me, honey, if there's ever a second honeymoon, it's just going to be for the two of us.
Well, all right, dear. But Mama and I'll miss you.
I guess so. You know?
Yeah. Oh, come in.
Oh, hi, folks.
Oh, it's Bill Goodwin. Come in.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Hello, George. Say, that shirt you got on fits you kind of loose, doesn't it?
I happen to be bare from the waist up.
Oh, I see what Bill means, dear. Please tuck it in.
Oh, no, don't bother, George. You have such a cute little chummy.
A chummy?
Yeah, that's a combination chest and tummy.
George and I have been reminiscing about our wedding. Remember that wonderful day when he carried me across the threshold?
Well, I ought to, Gracie. I helped him carry you.
Hey,
Look, funny man, what's on your mind?
Well, George, I saw this letter lying on your sidewalk. I guess the postman dropped it. It's addressed to Gracie Allen.
Oh, I wish people wouldn't call me Gracie Allen. I've been Mrs. George Burns ever since that day when a certain tall, handsome man came along and pronounced George and me man and wife.
Well, see, that must have been a nearsighted justice of the peace if he pronounced George a man.
Very funny. Bill, thanks for bringing the letter in. See you later.
Okay. Well, goodbye, Gracie.
Goodbye.
So long, pin-up boy.
Oh. Who's the letter from, dear?
Oh, it's from my brother Willie. He's going into the service, you know.
He is, huh? Well, if everybody buckles down to their jobs, I think we can win the war anyway.
Well, George Burns, how can you talk that way? My brother Willie will be a wonderful soldier. I bet he isn't in the Army 2 weeks before they make him at least an ensign.
Oh, sure. Or maybe even a Commodore.
He had to give up that big new job he just got, of course. But I guess the Army needs him even more.
What big new job?
Oh, it was a very important position. They asked him to clean out some bottlenecks at one of the biggest plants out here.
Really? Which one?
7-Up.
I say, and now he's in the Army.
Well, practically. He takes his physical today, and then he'll be off for some remote corner of the earth like Alaska, China, the Tommy Manville Islands, Burma.
The Tommy Manville Islands?
Yes, and Burma.
The Tommy, you don't mean the Solomon Islands.
Oh, yeah, that's the place. I knew it had a bunch of wives.
Well, you were pretty close.
Yeah, anyway, I went shopping yesterday and bought some presents for Willie.
Things for your brother to take away with him.
Stuff the Army doesn't buy for their soldiers for some silly reason. You know, like a waffle iron and a smoking stand.
That's the kind of stuff you bought him?
Sure. I bought him a bridge table and a rowing machine and an electric fan.
Stuff that'll come in very handy.
I should say it will, especially the electric fan. Suppose they send him to some hot place like New Guinea. Can't you just see that poor boy out there in that steaming jungle suffering from the heat? And then he turns on my electric fan.
Where does he plug it in?
Then I bought him a billiard cue, vacuum cleaner. Oh, and just in case they send him to Alaska, I'm giving him a beautiful picture of my sister Bessie to hang in the barracks.
Your sister Bessie?
Yes.
Maybe the boys would rather have a picture of Lana Turner hanging in the barracks.
Don't worry. After the boys have been in Alaska a few months, Bessie will look just as good to them.
You might have something there, Gracie.
And also, in case he goes to Alaska, I got him a very special kind of a nightshirt.
What's so special about it?
Well, it's really 3 nightshirts all sewed together.
3 nightshirts sewed together?
Yeah. Well, the nights are much longer up in Alaska, you know.
I'd throw in a few thousand sleeping pills, too. What if they should send him right into the front line?
No, I thought of that. That's why I got him a Swiss yodeler's costume.
A Swiss yodeler's costume?
Certainly. If he gets into the front lines, he'll be very anxious to appear neutral.
Gracie, open the letter.
Oh, the letter. All right.
Well, what does it say?
Oh, George. My brother's going to be a bombardier.
Well, good for Willie.
Oh, now I know what to get him. A bucket of waste kitchen fat.
A bucket of waste kitchen fat?
Well, they make bombs out of that.
I know that, I know.
Well, you see, my brother Willie'll drop the grease on the streets of Berlin, and hundreds of Germans will slip and fall.
I see.
That'll make those heinies sore.
Our thanks to George, Gracie, and Bill Goodwin. For what Variety calls with admirable clarity, the blow-off, we proceed to Broadway's biggest hit of our time, Oklahoma. Paul, the chorus, and the orchestra boys into the title song as follows.
When you stay, you are great. Oklahoma, we're coming home to you. Yippee-yay. Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain, and the waving wheat can sure smell sweet when the wind comes right behind the rain. Oh, 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 Oklahoma, every night my honey lamb and I sit alone and talk and watch a hawk making lazy circles in the sky. We know we belong to the land, and the land we belong to is grand. And when we say, yippee-yay, we're only saying you're goodbye, Oklahoma, Oklahoma. We're great! Oklahoma, Oklahoma, you are okay.
Next week on the Radio Hall of Fame, Fanny Bryce and Hanley Stafford, Katherine Grayson, and another lineup of front-rank personalities recommended by Variety for your pleasure. We'll expect you at the gates of the hall this time next week, this station. Signed, Deems Taylor.
The production and writing staff of the Radio Hall of Fame includes Dee Engelbach, George Faulkner, and Abel Green, editor of Variety. Special musical arrangements are by Ted Dale. George Burns and Gracie Allen are sponsored by Swan Soap. Raymond Graham Swing by the Saucony Vacuum Oil Company. Georgia Gibbs by Camel Cigarettes. This is Glenn Riggs wishing you a happy new year from PHLCO dealers and distributors throughout the United States and Canada. And from the PHLCO Corporation, makers today of radio, communications, and electronic materials to help win the war. Makers tomorrow of materials for good living in a world at peace. This is the Blue Network.
Billy Brown, the smoothest, coolest guy in town. The chicks all seem to dig his jive. Hey, tell us, Bill, how can we arrive? It's easy, Jack. Any gal gets sent when you flash a smile by Pepsodent. You'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
This is the Chase and Sanborn Hour, directed by Rubinoff, starring Eddie Cantor, America's foremost comedian. Rubinoff and his violin.
Are you listening in, folks, huh? This is your old pal, Eddie Cantor, just a-calling round for a good old visit with you all. Draw yourself up an easy chair by the good old fireplace, folks, and we'll smoke a herring together. Carolina moon, keep shining, shining on the one.
Sorry, Eddie. Sorry. You enter just a bit later. Do you mind?
Oh, please leave me alone. Carolina moon, keep shining, shining on the one.
Just a minute, Eddie. Just a minute. I'm afraid there's something wrong here. You see, we want to lead up to your entrance a bit more gradually. We want to do a little building up for you, you know. Sort of build up a big entrance scene.
Okay, so go on building. Say, in these times, I should stop somebody from building. Carolina moon, keep shining, shining up. Wait a minute. Say, oh, for goodness sakes, I'll get killed. I'm on the wrong program.
Oh, that's all right, Eddie. We all make our little mistakes.
Yeah, that's why we have an election every 4 years.
Exactly. We'll get along with that construction work now, if you don't mind. Rubinoff will take care of building up for Cantor with an overture medley of Eddie's songs from Whoopee, Kid Boots, and The Follies. He calls the number Eddie Cantor Memory.
And the things Cantor can't remember, would you be surprised? Are you listening, folks? Are you listening, Mr. Goldwyn?
As you know, ladies and gentlemen, our Mr. Cantor is not only America's first comedian, he is also a literary celebrity and a rising statesman to boot.
A statement to boot. There's an idea.
Yeah, I thought you'd get a kick out of that one, Eddie.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's the comedian here?
As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, our Mr. Cantor is a brilliant statesman as well as a comedian. The Cantor 5-year plan for removing the well-known depression, as outlined in Eddie's new book, Yoo-Hoo Prosperity, has been hailed by right-thinking citizens everywhere as pretty darn nifty. Already the word goes round. What about Cantor in 1932? In fact, ladies and gentlemen, Cantor and prosperity are just around the corner. Only Eddie has arrived first. And so, we give you for president the Honorable Mr. Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, my hat is in the ring. My hat is in the ring and my overcoat is in hock. Thank you, citizens. Thank you. After all, is it so strange that I should be president? Haven't we had funny fellows in office before? Why, we've still got them. There's only one trouble. Maybe I couldn't be president on account of my connection with Flo Ziegfeld and Sam Goldwyn. You know, Flo and Sam are now right in the middle of a big fight over my services this winter. Ziegfeld wants me to work for Goldwyn, and Goldwyn wants me to work for Ziegfeld. Elect Cantor president, and they'll both win. Anyhow, it's time something was done about this here now, what is it they call it? Oh, yes, about this depression. It's terrible, you know. Things are so bad. My friend Groucho Marx tells me that on the Boston Common, the pigeons are now feeding the people. Folks are not spending. Everything is cheap, but nobody is buying. Even those who don't intend to pay aren't buying. Everybody is saving up for a rainy day. If they only knew it, it's pouring pitchforks right now. Still, don't despair. Remember the proverb. When the wolf is at the door, look for the silver lining. Elect Cantor and the wolf will die laughing. In my own case, the depression brought a strange result. Before the crash, I had $1 million, a house, 3 cars, and 4 daughters. Now all I've got left is 5 daughters. Others have cut down on everything. I know families who owned estates and belonged to fashionable golf clubs. Now they live in caves, and to keep up appearances, they play miniature golf with tapioca and toothpicks. At the summer resorts this year, millions of mosquitoes died of hunger. They couldn't find any people worth biting. And I know some gigolos, not intimately, who've been reduced to dancing with each other. In the spring of 1929, my broker's wife wanted a talking bird, and I sent her a parrot. The crash made her a widow, and I went to see her. How did you like the parrot? I asked her. It had a wonderful sense of humor, she said, but the meat was so tough. Still, the depression has done some good. It stopped the farmers from crying for relief. They got frightened when they saw how the city folks were relieved, and how things have changed. Those soft jokes are now taken seriously and put into practice. Armenia has put up an immigration barrier to keep out the starving Americans. And nowadays we look forward eagerly to Rockefeller's dimes. But he's called back the dimes he gave away last year, both of them. We found out what Arthur Brisbane meant when he said, "You can't sell this country short." He meant if you sell it any shorter, the Indians will buy it back. We found out what Mellon meant when he said, "The country is on a solid foundation." It had to be. It hit rock bottom. So there's only one thing left to do. Elect Cantor. Cantor sings songs. After all, can Hoover or Roosevelt even croon? And citizens, imagine Coolidge with a megaphone. Well, you can see. For my first song tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play safe. I'm going to sing "My Baby Just Cares for Me" from Whoopi. It's all yours. I'm so happy since the day that I fell in love in a great big way, and the big surprise is someone loves me too. guess it's hard for you to see just what anyone could see in me, but it only goes to prove what love can do. My baby don't care for show. My baby don't care for clothes. My baby just cares for me. My baby don't care for furs and laces. My baby don't care for high-tone places. My baby don't care for rings or other expensive things. She's sensible as can be. My baby don't care who knows it. My baby just cares for me. My baby's no Coleman fan. Clark Gable is not her man. My baby just cares for me. My baby don't care for Lawrence Tibbetts. She'd rather have me around to kibitz. But Rogers is not her style, and even Chevalier's smile is something that she can see. I wonder what's wrong with baby. My baby cares for me.
WAF, New York.
This is the Chase and Sanborn Hour, ladies and gentlemen, with Rubinoff's violin, 10 other fiddles, 3 saxophones, 1 French horn, 2 trombones, 1 bass tuba, 2 pianos, 2 of the cutest timpani, and Eddie Cantor in the order named. Cantor is speaking. These are Cantor's teeth you hear chattering. Rubinoff is next. And seriously, I'd like to say right here, it is indeed a pleasure to work on this program with a really great violin artist like Rubinoff. Rubinoff isn't listening now. You know, I'm no fool. I have to boost them. It's the union, what they could do to my music. Oops, my operation. Anyhow, we will now hear that beautiful and familiar melody, the humorist, Irving Berlin, or was it Walter Donaldson? Anyhow, it's all yours. beautiful, Rubinoff. And would you believe it, ladies and gentlemen, up until our rehearsal yesterday, I thought Humoresque was written by Fanny Hurst. So broadening, this radio work. And what a hot violinist, that Rubinoff. What? Wait a minute. What did you say, Rubinoff? Look. Rubinoff is a comedian, too. He says it's not the heat, it's the Humoresque. And they hang pictures. Another thing, ladies and gentlemen, another thing. Elect Cantor president, and I will get a law passed making it a special offense to wrap lump sugar in tight paper jackets. I thank you. And speaking of sugar, what this country needs is more dunking of donuts and coffee. The science of dunking should be taught in our public schools. Free dunking clinics should be established in all large cities. Prizes should be awarded annually to the best dunkers. Why dunking? Look. Did you ever see a fellow dunking a donut and coffee that he didn't look happy? Of course not. Your dunker is a happy man. He is happy because he dunks, and he dunks because he is happy. When we see a nation of dunkers, the depression will be over. And look at all the coffee that will be sold. Are you listening, Mr. Sanborn? Positively, Mr. Chase. As I was saying, dunking is an old custom. The first dunker was Pharaoh's daughter. She dunked Moses twice in the river Nile. Of course, we have had other important dunkers since then. Take Captain Kidd, for instance. When he dunked a man, that man stayed dunked. Today it's different. The rules of dunking are laid down in every book of etiquette. Emily Post says you must never dunk above the knuckle. Some people, in reaching for olives in a jar, dunk up to the elbow. That's not dunking, that's bathing. And the best dunkers never bathe. Believe me, I know. Some of my best friends are dunkers. Why dunking is such a great art? Why, people have named their children after it.
What, Eddie? Named their children after it?
Sure. Didn't you ever hear of the Duncan sisters? And Don Quixote? Oh, well, after all, let it go. You've heard the Duncan song from the Student Prince? Well, listen to this. It's all yours. Everybody has a complex for a certain thing. Some like bees, some like trees, some like birds that sing. I've a complex for my own that no one's had before. There is just one thing on earth that I keep trying for. Oh, I don't care for golf or tennis. Don't like Paris, don't like Venice. I love potato pancakes. You can have those red-hot mamas with or without beach pajamas. I'll take potato pancakes. I was pinched for speeding in my brand new Rolls Royce. The judge was very nice to me. He gave me my choice. He up to me and loudly hollers, 20 days or $20. I took potato pancakes. While the light burned in the steeple, Paul Revere cried, "Wakey people, I've got potato pancakes." You know that Patrick Henry said, "I've reckoned liberty or death comes second. Give me potato pancakes." And another thing, old Abe Lincoln straightened out a terrible mess. When at Gettysburg he made that famous address, he said, "By the people, for the people, of the people, who wants people? I want potato pancakes." Hollywood means nothing to me. If I'm wrong, go on and sue me. I love potato pancakes. Movie queens have tried to court me, even offered to support me, but I want potato pancakes. One day Marlene Dietrich called me up on the phone. I went to her house and she was there all alone. She said, "Sweetheart, I'll never leave you. Anything you want, I give you." So I took potato pancakes. The Chase and Sanborn Hour, ladies and gentlemen, with Rubinoff, handicapped by Cantor. I hope you're enjoying it. Did I hear a gentleman in Columbus, Ohio say "fui"? Come now, let's have cooperation here. Let's give Cantor a chance. After all, if Mr. Sanborn is satisfied, should you complain?
Eddie, you're in a position to help this country out of its difficulties. Won't you tell us something of your plan?
You mean? I've worked out a plan to yank prosperity around that corner. I have a 5-year plan with Russian dressing, a 10-year endowment plan, and a 100-payment life. Now, of course, I could say to you, if you want to know about Candace's plans, go buy Candace's book. But I wouldn't do that. After all, what would Chase and Sanborn think? We are selling coffee tonight, not books. So I wouldn't say to you that you can get Candace's book for $1. Anyhow, who's got $1? No, I wouldn't say things like that. I'm too big-hearted. I'll tell you about my plan free. I have lots of plans, but the first one I will try, if elected, is my great doubling system. I'm surprised nobody has thought of it before. How can we put more people to work right away? Here is the answer. Why should there be only 9 men on a baseball team? Put 18 on each side and you double employment. And why only a football 11? We could have 60 men on a team and 120 piled on one another in the scrimmages. It would add to the complete game. Above all, what is more wasteful than to have one jockey on a horse? The smallest horse can carry 2 jockeys, and some horses reach so far back they can hold 4.
Look how things would improve at once if judges went in pairs and watched each other. The entire depression could be cured overnight. All you need to do is to double up. You can't go wrong on this kind of program. 2 chauffeurs in each car, 2 plumbers for each leak, 2 captains on each ship, and 2 presidents for each turn. And now, Cantor sings again. Who's going to prevent him?
Eddie, you're in a position to help this country out of its difficulties. Won't you tell us something of your plan?
You mean? I've worked out a plan to yank prosperity around that corner. I have a 5-year plan with Russian dressing, a 10-year endowment plan, and a 100-payment life. Now, of course, I could say to you, if you want to know about Candace's plans, go buy Candace's book. But I wouldn't do that. After all, what would Chase and Sanborn think? We are selling coffee tonight, not books. So I wouldn't say to you that you can get Candace's book for $1. Anyhow, who's got $1? No, I wouldn't say things like that. I'm too big-hearted. I'll tell you about my plan free. I have lots of plans, but the first one I will try, if elected, is my great doubling system. I'm surprised nobody has thought of it before. How can we put more people to work right away? Here is the answer. Why should there be only 9 men on a baseball team? Put 18 on each side and you double employment. And why only a football 11? We could have 60 men on a team and 120 piled on one another in the scrimmages. It would add to the complete game. Above all, what is more wasteful than to have one jockey on a horse? The smallest horse can carry 2 jockeys, and some horses reach so far back they can hold 4. Look how things would improve at once if judges went in pairs and watched each other. The entire depression could be cured overnight. All you need to do is to double up. You can't go wrong on this Cantor program. 2 chauffeurs in each car, 2 plumbers for each leak, 2 captains on each ship, and 2 presidents for each term. And now, Cantor sings again. Who's going to prevent him?
Some folks need atmosphere when they're making love. They say old Mother Nature makes love grand. I've got my own idea pertaining to love. If you're a Romeo, you'll understand. It isn't the paddle, it's not the canoe. It isn't the river or skies that are blue. It isn't the love dreams that bring joy to you. It's the girl. It's the girl. It isn't the brooklet that you wander to. It isn't the mountain, the flowers or dew. It isn't the love nest that brings love to you. It's the girl. It's the girl. Even though at times you often doubt them, what a lonely world would be without them. It isn't the songbirds, the songs that they sing. It isn't the sunshine that makes you like spring. So what is this magic that makes love the thing? It's the girl. It's the girl. It isn't the moonbeam of heavenly blue. It isn't the starlight makes you bill and coo. It isn't the shadows encouraging you. It's the girl. Oh, that girl. It isn't the wildwood that makes a chap rave. It isn't the darkness that makes you so brave. And it's not your conscience that makes you behave. It's the guile. It's the guile. On the way home for some lunch you take her. To a little bite you'd gladly stake her. You think it will cost you 6 bits at the most. 'Cause she said, now honey, I'll order just some tea and some toast. Who starts with fruit salad and ends up with roast? It's the girl. God love 'em. It's the girl. And there you are, girls. So much for the woman's vote. Mr. Rubinoff and his Brooklyn Yankees will now give us Eliza James.
Too many to give each name. You know, violins and things. I assure you, men of fame. And now 3 of the saxes are ready to go. So we'll just wait and see how Larry, Henry, and Little Joe can get along without the 4th. That's me. First trumpet. Second, third, trombone. You'll never hear anything to beat that rap. Quality, rhythm, well, just plain class. Now, I haven't time for everything, so I'll pep the boys up and ask them to sing. Oh, Eliza, Eliza, sing. Oh, Eliza, Eliza, sing.
Go now from the ridiculous, that means we go from the ridiculous to Rubinoff. The Chase and Sanborn conductor plays Massenet's Elegy. Ah, what a man, that Rubinoff. What a man, and what an elegy. Woo! This is still the Chase and Sanborn Hour, ladies and gentlemen, directed by Rubinoff and explained by Cantor. Rubinoff and his Russian wolves render Minnie the Moocher.
Eddie, you know, one way to be elected is to make promises to the voters.
Bobby, that was swell. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, let's all get together for another swell Rubinoff program, interrupted constantly by Cantor, who will be wrapped in cellophane to retain his freshness.
Next week, Eddie Cantor will offer another plank in his prosperity platform, the famous banana plan. Vote for Cantor and the full dinner pail full of potato pancakes. Your announcer, James Wallington. The station Sanborn Hour has come to you from the NBC studios in New York.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Log entry. The catch Scarlet Queen. Position 123 degrees, 8 minutes west, 37 degrees, 31 minutes north. Gyro compass course 237. Wind fresh, sky fair. Remarks. Cleared port of San Francisco at 2:30 p.m. Sailing delayed 19 hours due to death of first officer. Cause of death, murder. I stood there on the pier that evening, the ache in my frame reminding me that a long, hard day of loading stores was behind me, and looked out over the bay. It wasn't a night for stargazing or anything, just typically San Francisco, damp and gray. The kind most people trade off early for steam heat and drinks in short glasses. But for me, it was good. The Scarlet Queen nudged her fenders against the dock right below me. She looked clean and young in her new white paint with her shining bright work picking up the pier lights like costume jewelry under neon. She was beautiful, and she was mine, all 78 feet of her. She rose and fell just a little, even in the quiet harbor water, delicately, lifting her figurehead out of the shadows now and then to give her a glance at the dock. The Scarlet Queen, a fresh young body looking forward from just under the bowsprit. Bold, teasing, dressed in only a crown, and painted scarlet. But that particular gray San Francisco night wasn't cut out for romance between man and lacquered wood. I didn't hear him as he walked up behind me, but it didn't take me long to pick up the odor of a jail cell after he opened his mouth.
You Philip Carney?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Kessel, homicide. You know a man named David R. Malone?
Yeah, he's my chief mate. Who'd he kill?
That's not what I'm interested in. I want to know who killed him. Come on, you got a date at headquarters.
Wait a minute. This is a little sudden on a full stomach. What happened to him? How was he killed?
The books are going to call it murder by a person or persons unknown. Homicide wants to know you better.
And so begins the voyage of the Scarlet Queen, with Phil Carney, master of the proudest ship to plow the seas, bound for uncharted adventure. Every week, a complete entry in the log, and every week, a league further in the strange voyage of the Scarlet Queen.
Your last name, first and middle initial.
Carney Philip M.
Age?
29.
Height?
6'2½".
Weight?
207.
Eyes blue, hair brown. Scars or other identifying marks?
Yeah, a tattoo. A 3-strand Turk's head in my right bicep.
A what?
A 3-strand Turk's head. It's a knot. You know, or does somebody else tie your shoelaces? A knot. Kessel, I'm getting awful sick of this.
Shut up and answer the question.
Address?
The schooner Scarlet Queen.
Street number?
Street number? Well, how in the... Pier 12, berth 2, Embarcadero. Not permanent.
That'll be enough for now, O'Brien. That might be a pretty permanent address at that, Connie.
Not with me paying the rent. My lease is up day after tomorrow.
Now, we'll take care of that. How long had you known Malone?
Since, about 5 days.
Not about, Connie. How long?
5 days. I signed him on 5 days ago.
When did you see him last? Exactly.
Between 12:30 and 1 this afternoon, I saw his stern end going around the warehouse at Pier 12. He turned to the right. Exactly.
He went to room 218, the Crown Hotel on Columbus Avenue in the North Beach section. Why?
Because he's human, I suppose. They build hotels for people to go into.
He didn't look human when we found him.
Look, Kessel, I don't know anything about it. I'm sorry Malone's dead. He was a nice guy. But that's all I can give you. I saw him between 12:30 and 1. The rest of the day I spent loading stores. If you want proof, I've got 4 seamen who worked with me all day. That'll carry me to the time you tap me on the shoulder. What do you want, a halo?
Yeah, don't get sore, Connie. Yeah, have a cigarette.
No, thanks. All I want's a cab back to the Embarcadero on you.
Sure. We'll take care of that. Just a couple of more questions.
That Patience Act fits you about like a bare midriff evening gown.
Thanks, Connie. Might not last. What information could Malone have learned on your Scarlet Queen that somebody'd go to a lot of trouble to get him out of?
What are you talking about, Kessel?
Malone was tortured for a good long time, and then somebody slipped or lost their temper.
He didn't know anything.
He didn't know why $50,000 was deposited in your name last year?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, Barrett, bring Funston in.
The name Funston rang just a faint bell for me, but I recognized the little guy they brought in all right. If there was anybody who knew about my banking business, he did. He worked there in the assistant cashier's office. Down there, he was just another face looking at you through rimless glasses. But here, he looked like trouble.
Mr. Funston, is this the man you say received that $50,000 letter of credit?
I'm sorry, Mr. Carney, but the police, you know. Yes, sir. He's the man.
Remind me to bank someplace else next time.
That's all, Mr. Funston. Thank you.
I hope you understand, Mr. Carney. I had to answer the question.
Goodbye, Funston. It's been grand. You guys have got long noses, haven't you?
Uh-huh. When things smell as rotten as this. It was deposited in the San Francisco bank while you were in China with the Marines.
Where are you getting this, Kessel?
It was sent over as a letter of credit from a firm in Shanghai called Kang and Son. Most of it went to a local shipyard where your Scarlet Queen was built, to a flock of coast companies for your cargo. 50,000 mystery dollars, Connie, and a voyage to nowhere.
I won it in a crap game, and my articles say Honolulu.
Honolulu, with enough stores aboard for a 2-year cruise. Who do you think you're kidding, Connie? Why don't you talk?
Why don't you get tired? You're pumping a lot of bilge flush. You're bluffing your heart out, and you know it.
All right, Connie. You can go. But we'll be hearing from you.
Sure, I'll send you a postcard from Honolulu.
Be a Christmas card by the time you get there.
I'll take that cab now, huh?
With $50,000 in mystery money, you can pay for it. Now get out of here.
I would have traded places with any engine room hand on any Great Lakes ore ship after I left Kessel, and I hate fresh water almost as much as I hate engine rooms. Kang had warned me when I signed with him in Shanghai. The opposition, he called them. An octopus with a body in an office building in Hong Kong, a brain called Felix Van Gort, and the tentacles groping across the world for the prize Kang was sending me after. A $10 million prize somewhere in the South Pacific, but only Kang knew where, and only Van Gort and Kang knew what it was. I didn't know who the San Francisco tentacle was, but he'd warned me, and I'd fed Malone to it. I knew he'd been tortured for something even I didn't know. The true destination of the Scarlet Queen. I locked my cabin door, closed the ports, and poured a couple of stiff drinks. I checked my naval code on the disposition of the monies and effects of deceased seamen and got Malone's stuff together. In a pocket of one of his coats, I found a match folder from the Gorgonia, a bar advertising pre-war whiskey and continuous entertainment. On the inside was a name, Helen, and the number 218. So I kept it. By 11 the next morning, Malone was written off my books, and my new chief mate was aboard an old salt by the name of Pritchard. By 11:15, Kessel's crack about that Christmas card made sense because the Coast Guard handed me a piece of paper saying my port clearance had been revoked indefinitely. And at 11:30, I was in my cabin cleaning a .45 automatic that I'd gotten out of the habit of wearing, and that's when I met Gallagher. Big Red Gallagher.
Hello, Skipper.
Who the devil are you, and how'd you get aboard?
I wanted to talk to you. I'm Red Gallagher.
Where's my gangway watch? He's got orders. Nobody aboard.
He tried, Skipper. Don't blame him, but you know how it is. I wanted to talk to you.
He didn't have to explain. He held up a hand about the size of a fielder's glove and rubbed the knuckles as if they were bruised. He didn't have to say any more. He was about my size, wearing a shapeless, stained white duck officer's cap, faded dungarees, and a jumper with the sleeves rolled up. His face was heavy-featured, but not flat. His eyes, gray and set off by crow's feet wrinkles from squinting into the sun. And they were laughing at me.
But no harm done, Skipper. He isn't hurt bad.
Maybe he wasn't big enough to put you over the side, huh?
Now, wait a minute, Skipper. Take it easy. We'll just bust a lot of furniture and lose a lot of skin that way. Don't be so jumpy.
All right, unload in a hurry and get out of here, then. What do you want?
I hear you're looking for a new chief mate, and I want to sign on.
You're about 2 hours too late.
What?
My new mate signed on. And listen, if anybody told you the way to get a berth is to start knocking the crew around, they gave you the wrong idea. I wouldn't get into a dory with you.
Oh, wait a minute, Skipper. I was made for this trip. I've been with sail all my life, and I traded 3 years out of Sydney. I know that South Pacific.
How do you know where I'm going?
If that Scarlet Beauty under your bowsprit hadn't whispered to me, I could have checked your bills of lading and found glass jewelry, knives, and general Pacific trading cargo.
You're too nosy for me, Gallagher.
That's because I'm interested. Give me the berth, Skipper. What do you say?
I say get your sea boots off this ship. I'm manned and loaded and ready to shove as soon as I get clearance.
When do you think that'll be, Skipper?
What do you mean by that?
There you go, getting jumpy again. That was a civil question. I just wanted to know how long, that's all.
It'll be as quick as I can make it.
Yeah, I guess I can't blame you for that. But maybe it'll be long enough for me to try again. You need me on this ship, Skipper.
I've lived a long time without you, Gallagher. Keep your eye on the newspaper shipping column. That's as close as you'll come to my sailing. After he left, I went to work on the 45 again, and at about 9, I got ready to follow the match folder. The Gorgonia was a typical non-tourist North Beach bar. Good, healthy fishermen up from Fisherman's Wharf. 3 women at the bar, and one sitting an electric organ up on a platform. None of them had Helen printed on their backs, but the only one whose name anybody would bother writing down was the gal making with the music. Honey-colored hair with a gardenia over the left ear, white shoulders pushing out of a whiter gown, a face full of confidence in the rest of her, and no wonder. After I finished my drink, I walked back toward her. Say, excuse me, but would your name be Helen?
Well, that's a novel approach, isn't it?
Should I go back and try it over with Irene or Penelope?
What's the difference? It'd end the same way. Can I play something for you?
Oh, this one suits me. If I can talk to you through it.
Can't for the life of me see what we'd have to talk about.
Maybe some other time we can get around to that. But I ran into an old mate of mine yesterday. He mentioned this place and you, and Now I'd like to locate him. His name is Dave Malone. You know him?
Malone? You sure he said he knew me?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought so, but maybe he was just hoping, huh?
Afraid that must have been it. Because I don't know any Dave Malone.
Yeah, well, it was one of those things. He mentioned your name, so I thought I'd give it a try. But I'll browse around, and maybe I'll come back on my own sometime.
I hope you do. I'll be here.
Yeah. And wear that dress, will you? I had another drink at the bar and kept my eyes off her, just enough to catch her looking at me with more than a professional look once or twice. She did go off guard right after I threw Malone's name at her. I was sure of it. I finished my drink, waved to her, and went out the door like I had someplace to go. But I stopped right after I got out of range of the windows, counted 5, and eased back so I could just look in. She was leaving the platform, and I, along with the good, healthy fisherman, watched her take that white gown back to the phone booth. It wasn't taking her long to contact somebody about me contacting her. It was just chance so far, but there were Malone, Helen, and 218, the number of the murder room at the Crown Hotel. It still could have been coincidence, but there isn't much room on the back of a match folder. The Crown Hotel was a narrow brown stone front building, squeezed between 2 more narrow brownstone front buildings. I looked in at the musty lobby. It was empty. I tried the door once to see if it was going to ring a bell someplace, and when nobody showed up, I went in. There was a dingy brown hunting scene hung on one wall, and a dingy brown smell of bad ventilation hanging over everything. There was an immodest calendar from a Reno gambling club wasting its time behind the desk, and a register book that had seen more lies than Munchausen. I flipped the pages back to the day before, found room 218. It was registered to one John Smith. And then, just on impulse, I flipped back to the current date and found myself on top of the whole mess. There, sprawled in an awkward hand against room 218, was the single name, Gallagher. Room 218 and the name Gallagher. All I needed to keep me going up those stairs. All I had to remember to enjoy bringing that 45 out of my shoulder holster was the picture of that wide grin and those gray eyes. I'd have gone through that door even if it hadn't been unlocked.
Well, Skipper, go on in.
I'm in, brother.
What's all the hardware for, Skipper? Why are you always aching for a beef when you and I run into one another?
Let's stow that warm friendship, shall we? Let's you do a little talking that you mean for a while.
I never say anything I don't mean, Skipper. You'll learn that when you know me better.
That's what I'm here for, Gallagher, so start saying something you mean.
I thought you'd get here before this. What held you up?
Something you mean, I said.
That's right. I knew you'd be bulling around this neighborhood with your chin out. Why do you think I took this room if I wasn't waiting for you?
What interests me most is that you did.
Sure. I knew you'd like it, Skipper. I know you got to have somebody for Malone before you can clear San Francisco.
You mean you're ready to confess?
Not me, Skipper. I'm as clear as deep water. I got a witness. Do I know who he is?
Not especially.
I think you do, Skipper. He's the guy who killed Malone. They call him Mr. Fox. At about 6 last night, he was paying me $2,000 to sign on the Scarlet Queen.
Yeah, that's sure clearing you in my log.
It'll clear me of murder.
That's only a misdemeanor in this game. Now, starting from Fox, let's hear some more that you mean.
I think you and I are going to team up and beat this thing by tomorrow. That's what I mean.
You what?
That's right. Starting from the Fox. He's working for Van Gort. If you didn't know that before, you know it now.
Who's Van Gort?
Yeah, you're being cagey, Skipper, and that's all right. You don't know what to say because you don't know how much I know. I don't know how much you know, so we're even.
You're talking.
The Fox didn't learn what he wanted to learn from Malone. He tried too hard. So he paid me $2,000 to sign on with you. I was supposed to go through your charts and tell him what part of the Southern Oceans you were making for him, find out everything about a Kang and Son. The payoff was going to be $1,000 a month for just keeping the finger on you and waiting to be contacted. It was an easy deal.
Somebody in your family must have been born with shark fins not too far back.
Yeah, there was supposed to be a great uncle into the Jolly Roger, Skipper, but no fins yet. But I got reasons. I'm telling you this because if they'd pay off like that for just a line on you, I figure the real dough's going to be made on your side. I still want to ship with you, but for you.
Well, I'm telling you, Gallagher, for the price of the Queen, I can't tell you who's crazy in this room.
Nobody is, Skipper. You're going to be ahead, too, believe me you are.
Not ahead of you, Gallagher. I'm not crazy enough to turn my back on you.
Listen to me. You know you're fighting a big outfit as well as I do. But I can clear up the mess here in Frisco. I'll put you next to the fox-headed mermaid.
Her name Helen?
How'd you get that?
She isn't hard to find.
Well, that's right, Helen Curran. She led Malone to this room with a smile and a promise.
Either one would look good from her. I know. I was there.
Good. That makes it simple. Come on, I'm going to get you Malone's killers to prove whose deck I'm on.
Or put me on a morgue slab for an extra $2,000. I trust you like I trust a compass at the North Pole.
All right, take a gamble, and it means your port clearance. But you got to have bait. That's you. And you got to have somebody who can put it in the right place. That's me. Come on, I'll show you how it works.
It was about 11:15 when I pulled my left ear for luck the last time, followed him down to the lobby, and took my last look at that Reno calendar. Gallagher looked like he was enjoying putting me on the block. The only reason I could dream up for playing sucker was the idea that as long as I kept a line on him, I was at least secure to something. He squeezed me into the phone booth with him when he put the bait on the hook. He held the receiver so I could get my ear into it, too, and called Helen Curran at the Gorgonia.
Hello, baby. This is Red.
Well, it's about time. I thought you were coming in.
Something came up. You get the gardenia?
Yeah, I'm wearing it right now. When can I show you how much I like it?
Don't talk like that when I'm so far away. Listen, I ran into something about the Southern Oceans tonight.
Oh? How good?
Sounded pretty close to me. Did a guy come in there tonight looking for Dave Malone?
Yeah, I told him I didn't know him.
I was smart, baby. Because that guy was Pritchard. He's the one who beat me out of the berth on the Scarlet Queen.
That sounds funny, Red. How'd you get all this?
He stuck his head in the bar where I was, and I recognized him. He's got the information we want, baby. I could have maybe pumped him for it, but I thought it'd be better if you and the Fox were in on it, too. Maybe in your apartment later? That's for you to work out.
Where is he?
On his way back to the Gorgonia. I better tag along for the party, don't you think? Pritchard's big.
Yeah, all right, Red. Give me a half hour to get through to the Fox and call me back. I'll let you know where he'll pick you up. Okay?
Yeah, but, baby, take it easy till I get there. I don't want that gardenia crushed on anybody's shoulder but mine.
Helen Curran's apartment was in the Beulah Arms on Russian Hill. It was a little overdone and modernizing a setup that was dull mid-Victorian a few years back. Light walls with Venetian blinds, some flamingos and parakeets flying through verdant jungles and framed before they started. And a bedroom to the right that she went into saying something about something comfy. When she came back, I saw clearly that she went for off-the-shoulder hostess gowns, too.
There, now I feel more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
What's the matter with me, anyway?
Is there something?
I always seem to stir the wrong approach in you, or are you just shy?
With you don't need an approach. You just move naturally.
You aren't shy at all, are you? You're just overconfident. You've been spoiled by women.
It never hurt me, but then it's not very often as appealing as your brand.
Do you think I'll spoil you?
Uh-uh. But I wonder if you'd hurt me.
Not even if I could, and I... Hey, wait a minute. I couldn't hurt you if I wanted to, could I?
I don't know. It gets so lonesome at sea. Like I said, she knew her business, and I had to keep remembering that it wasn't all crushed gardenias tonight. We finally did get around to a drink out of a rattan-covered bottle, and I could tell by the heavy-lidded look she gave me over a glass that I was supposed to be a complete victim and as meek as a kitten with a full belly. She knew her business, but knowing that she knew her business, I went along with the kitten act, but I was as ready as a tomcat when the door opened. But I wasn't ready for who came through it. It was Funston. He was still looking through the rimless glasses, but now his eyes were steely hard and his mouth hung open a little like it was watering. It only took one deep breath to realize that he was the Fox. Gallagher followed him in, wearing the grin.
Hey, boss, wait a minute. Something's wrong. This guy isn't Pritchard.
Red, what do you mean?
That's right. This guy's Phil Carney, the master of the Scarlet Queen.
I was sitting on the couch, and after a sellout like that, there was no use standing up. Helen left me like I'd broken out with a purple pox, and Funston had a small caliber gun out of an inside pocket faster than I could get my breath. Gallagher still stood behind him, looking at me with that grin.
Red, He's the one who was in to see me earlier.
Never mind, Helen.
Something went wrong then. This isn't the guy I talked to.
Never mind, I said. I'm well acquainted with him. You're an impulsive man, Mr. Carney. What are you doing here?
I like a game of bridge as well as the next guy.
You play a stupid game, Mr. Carney. You should remember that your Red Queen is not the top of the suit.
She'll do.
She'll never win a trick. You'll never use her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but you're bluffing, Funston. Either that or you're double-crossing Van Gort and talking for yourself, fighting to stay clear of Malone's murder.
I want more than talk.
Yeah, you're still bluffing. You don't want to hurt me. Because with me out of the way, Van Gort's octopus would have nothing to follow. Wise up, Funston. You don't scare me. I'm too valuable.
All right. I'll pay you $25,000 for the destination of your Scarlet Queen.
I can't hear you.
There are methods that talk louder than money.
Now you're bluffing again. You'd never get it that way either. And what did Van Gort say if you laid me next to Malone?
That's something I'll have to find out. At the moment, that looks better than arrest for murder. Stand up, Carney.
You're really on a spot, Funston. You're even getting the double cross from your own people in this room.
Now, who's bluffing, Carney?
I mean, you're getting it from Gallagher. He knew who I was tonight.
Gallagher.
Skipper, why do you have to rush things?
Oh, no.
I'm all right, Skipper. I'll take him. Watch the mermaid.
I raced her across the room to a table. She had a drawer open and a nickel-plated revolver half out of it by the time I grabbed it. Drop it, sister. Drop it.
Let go of me.
I said drop it. Calm down, sister. Get over there and calm down. I grabbed her by the arm and tossed her across the room and had that .45 out before she landed. I twisted a look at Funston, and Gallagher had hit him hard enough to keep him from opening until Christmas. He was tangled up with a throw rug and not thinking about a thing.
Well, Skipper, there's your port clearance spread all over the room.
Yeah. Now, what the devil was the idea of you leaving me to shake hands with that gun of Funston's for so long?
I had to do it, Skipper. He knew I didn't have Pritchard up here, and I had to play along till we got ready to move.
He knew?
Yeah. He had some of his playmates guarding the Scarlet Queen. He knew Pritchard never came ashore tonight.
Yeah.
But we're a great team, Skipper. We're standing up and they're lying down.
I'll agree with you there, Red. Keep them that way, will you? I got a proud call to make to homicide. Kessel got what he wanted from Funston and Helen Curran. They didn't know any more about the whole story than I did. They were just stooges for Van Gort. What they couldn't answer made Kessel more curious than ever, and I told him what I could under legal pressure, which was just that Kang was sending me someplace for something. Where or what, I didn't know. After Pritchard heard about what we'd been through, he decided he'd like it better on a harbor tug. By 2 the next morning, Gallagher was signed on, and we cast off from Pier 12. We went through the Golden Gate under power, sitting on the wheel box with a bottle between us. We followed the channel buoys out to the Farallones, picking up that good deep-water roll, and the Northwest trade started singing through the rigging. I felt like a man getting his back out of a cast and walking again. The crew perked up, too, and they fell to with a will when Gallagher started bawling orders.
Stand by to make sail!
The men liked him, too. Even the one he'd slugged had a pull from the bottle and shook hands with him. They took their stations at the mainsail.
With port feet, make sail!
Men at the halyards hoisted away smartly, and the peak of the mainsail climbed up the mast, and the white, strong expanse of it bellied out and pulled. I could feel it at the wheel.
To the jib sheets, men! Smartly now!
The jibsail boomed out, then the mizzen. The Scarlet Queen was glad to be free, too. She took the bone in her teeth and charged every swell as though she were carrying on a one-woman war with the whole Pacific.
Is the rig heavy enough for you, Skipper? We're showing 8 knots on the taffrail lock.
It's good enough. We'll hold her full and by until nightfall and then ease her off some.
You got a fine lady here, Skipper.
Behaving like a queen.
She's right for southern waters.
She'd better be, mate. She'd better be.
How long are we going to be down there?
Well, we may never get there, so who cares how long it'll be?
Not me. I'm not married.
You are now, mate. To the Scarlet Queen, the bigamist.
I'm going to get sick of sharing women with you. But let me take the wheel, will you? We got to have a honeymoon sometime.
Sure, take over. Course is 237 on the gyro compass. Got her?
Got her. Hey, she's got spirit.
She'll get us to Molokai Channel in less than 14 days. That means the Royal Hawaiian Bar in less than 14 nights.
What a wife. What a honeymoon. Want a drink, Skipper?
After you, mate. After you. Log entry. Catch Scarlet Queen, 5:30 p.m. Miles traveled, 31. Wind brisk, sky fair. Sea choppy with high cross swell. Mainsail and mizzen reefed. Ship secure for night. Signed, Philip Carney, Master.
Sail into further adventure on the voyage of the Scarlet Queen next week at this same time. Port of call, Honolulu. The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen is written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tallman. Howard Duff plays Phil Carney, with Elliot Lewis as Red Gallagher. William Conrad was Inspector Kessel, Junius Matthews was Funston, and Helen was played by Kathy Lewis. Music scored and conducted by Richard Arant. The Scarlet Queen, directed by Jim Burton, is a Command radio production.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Morning, sir. Help you?
I hope so.
Engine, huh?
Hasn't got the pickup of a kitty car.
Well, it's misfiring some.
Some? Mister, half my plugs are on strike.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Yeah, probably your rings are sticking, maybe your valves. When was that carburetor cleaned?
Not too recently.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Your car's not in such bad shape. All you need's a tune-up.
A tune-up? A $50 tune-up?
Now, relax. We'll add a can of K-Site tune-up to your gasoline, another can to your oil. That'll clean your whole firing zone. Valves, rings, plugs, carburetor, everything.
Mister, you're pouring it on.
No, you pour it in. $1.25 a can at most any service station. Results guaranteed or double your money back.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for the Friday Night Sociable, conducted by Lum and Abner, whose everyday experiences are sent to you each evening, except Saturday and Sunday, by your own local Ford dealer. In my opinion, the new Ford V8 is the most economical car on the market, says Rankin Singley, grocer of Mangum, Oklahoma. We've been telling you what we believe about the new Ford V8. Now let us select this letter from the thousands received and tell you what this owner says. Mr. Singley writes, I own a Ford V8, and in my opinion, it is the most economical car on the market. On one trip, I drove 640 miles in 12 hours and 25 minutes. This included 4 stops and speed up to 87 miles an hour. And without apparently using any oil at all, the car averaged 21 miles per gallon of gasoline. Lum and Abner would be glad to have your opinion of the new Ford V8. As we look in on Pine Ridge tonight, we find the schoolhouse completely filled and the neighbors still coming for the big sociable. The ice cream served last Friday probably accounts for the unusually large attendance tonight. Lum is in charge of the entertainment as usual and is ringing the telephone so that we listeners out on the party line hookup may be sure of hearing the festivities. Take down your receiver and listen.
Stand over the party line. Howdy, everybody, out on the party line. Mighty proud you're listening in. Wish you could be down here at the schoolhouse with us. We're having a big time, big crowd here. Recollect, me and Abner's are putting on these little get-ups every Friday night to sort of advertise our Ford business. All we ask is that you drive the new Ford V8 before you buy. Want to thank you all for the nice letters you've been sending in. Appreciate that. Now we get along with the sociable. That's the Pine Ridge String Band over there playing. And all right, Cap, turn the boys loose. Let them go. Everybody, quiet. Taking up a lot of time with that hand slapping.
Hey, say, Lom, look down there on the second row. There sits them Swiss shoulders.
Well, I sworn to goodness, I didn't know he was here. Let's make them get up here on the platform.
Sure, they tried to slip in, not let us see them. Make them come
all
up
right,
here.
Boys, get on up here. We want a tune out of you. All right, go ahead,
Hey, Doggy's Arm, you know, I used to sing just like them Swiss shoulders does when I was just a kid or a boy growing up.
You never sung that way. Never heard you yodel in my life.
Well, I did when I was about 14-year-old. My voice was changing. I sang.
That's the way they sing over in Switzerland. You take them foreign countries, they all sing different. You take down in Africa, they got queer customs. Now, down there, when them folks gets mad, they take a stick and start beating on the ground with it.
Start beating on the ground?
Yeah, when they're right mad.
Why, they don't want to do that in Africa. As I was going in the county seat the other day, I seen some fellas on the golf course up there doing the same thing, just a whamming the ground. Well, you know, these here folks here, these big stars down here, they just walk on their hind legs like us folks does.
Sure they do.
Just human beings.
Why, now, let's see, folks, we got a sort of surprise for you tonight. Stopping over here at the Summer Resort Hotel is Larry Adler. He's the one that played in Flying Colors, and he's going to play on the mouth organ, that same number he played in.
He's going to play in Pine Ridge tonight, though.
Yeah, but he's going to play on the mouth organ. He's what is known as the jazz of the mouth organ. Go ahead.
Hi, Larry. Hi.
Hey, Lum, I don't know what you're aiming on having next, but I seen George Hortick out there a while ago, and he said if you want him to sing, you do it right away. He'd have to go back down. You know, he's night watching down here at the lumber company now. He's got to get back to work.
Well, we just have George sing his song now. George, if you're ready, go ahead. There's plenty of strings there. All right, folks, George Hortick.
Give me a home where the buffalo roam, with the deer and the antelope gray, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. How often at night, when the heavens are bright with the light from the glittering stars, have I stood here amazed and asked as I gaze if the glorious peace at our hearts. Oh, give me a land where the bright diamond sand flows legally down the stream, with a graceful white corn goes gliding along like a maid in a heavenly dream. Then I would not exchange my home on the range with a deer and the antelope gray, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Home, where the deer and the antelope gray, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all
All right, Doggy Lum, that was fine, wasn't it? You know, sir, I've been feeling all day like this was Friday, Lum.
Like it's Friday?
Yeah.
Or it is Friday.
It is. Well, maybe that's the reason I've been feeling that way.
Well, folks, two men and a maid is here now from the county seat. I know we all enjoy hearing them. Sort of favorites around here now. All right, the two men and a maid's going to sing first.
Only a bird in a gilded cage, a beautiful sight to see. Her beauty was sold for an old man's gold. See the bird in a gilded cage. Some folks like music like that, it is true, but music like that's not for us. We like music modern, some fast and some slow, and this is the way that we think it should go. She's just a bird in a gilded cage, a great mistake in her life she's made. For happiness she told when she married him for gold. Woe-de-woe-de-woe. Though she lives in a mansion grand, though there's wealth at her command, she isn't very happy with the rumble sugar pappy. Woe-de-woe-de-woe. She would like to make some hot chance, she'd like to go and watch Cooners hidey-ho. She would love to have the chance to make some whoopee at a dance where the music of the band makes her feel good go. She's in the money. money. She's got a lot of what it takes to get along. She's in the money. She's in the money. But with all her gold, she's not happy with gold. She's a bird in a gilded cage.
Hey, Rom. Hey, Rom, come up here. Well, come here. What's next on the program? Hey, Rom, who's that you talking to back there?
She right smart of a looker,
Don't
ain't
think
she?
she's got anything skin out?
Well, just a minute. I got a
You
big
better
surprise
watch
for
now, Evelyn, or get you.
Wait just a minute. I got her now.
Folks, that's a good-looking girl I was just talking to. They're stopping over here at the Summer Resort Hotel, and I was surprised to know that's Miss Frances Langford. Granny, mighty proud to have a 60 person is out in the community here in Pine Ridge. She's on her way out to California to make a new moving picture. Is it a picture actor? Oh, yeah, a regular moving picture actor. I want to touch it. Now, Miss Langford has kindly consented to help us out on our little get-up tonight, and we're going to have the hotel orchestra play her accompaniment for her. All right, Miss Langford.
I know a bundle of humanity, charming as can be. Why, I'm really driven to insanity when he speaks to me. He doesn't speak sort of curtsy and always so blasé. But I try to overcome his vanity and keep him in good way. I'm young and healthy, and you've got charm. His ability to know together in your arms. I'm young and healthy, and so are you. When the moon is in the sky, just what am I? If I can help you, I keep away. But that ain't my nature, I'm full of wonderful days. I'm young and healthy, so let's go. And I knew I'd have to be
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for this evening's visit with Blum and Abner, whose everyday experiences are sent to you each evening, except Saturday and Sunday, by your local Ford dealer. You have asked, is the new Ford V8 economical to drive? Tonight, your Ford dealer answers that question. Answers you with the strongest official proof possible to obtain. A certificate of performance given the Ford V8 by the Contest Board of the American Automobile Association. This certificate says, the undersigned certify in the name of the Contest Board, American Automobile Association, that at Washington, D.C., and over the Mount Vernon Memorial Highway, a Ford V8 1933 two-door sedan, motor number 18332-364, of strictly stock class, manufactured by the Ford Motor Company and driven by Contest Board personnel, was timed at 182 hours and 50 minutes over the distance of 5,022 1/10 miles, an average of 27.468 miles per hour from a standing start on June 20th to the 28th, 1933, establishing an average of 22.532 miles per gallon of gasoline. Total oil used, 1.578 gallons, an average of 3,182.5 miles per gallon. Total gasoline used, 222.89 gallons, an average of 22.532 miles per gallon. Water added, none. Signed, Chester S. Ricker, official representative, E.V. Rickenbacker, chairman of the board, P.W. Lewis, technical representative, and V.E. Allen, the secretary. In fairness to yourself, see the new Ford before you buy. Well, when we left our old friends down at Pine Ridge last Thursday, the elephant had pulled the door off the jailhouse and released the old lion on the terrified community. Blum and Abner have been trying their best to capture the lion ever since. but so far have not succeeded. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Abner back at the garage, preparing for another trip into the mountains in search of the nuisance that is causing such a disturbance. Lum has just arrived on the scene. Listen.
Abner, what in the name of common sense are you up to now?
Well, I'm getting things all ready to go on that lion hunt tonight, Lum.
Well, you're not aiming on taking this elephant, are you?
Why, sure.
Who ever heard of hunting lions with an elephant?
Well, now, that's what that book says.
What book?
Why, that one right there. Dick Huddleston gave it to me to read. Tells all about lion hunting.
I see it. Now, what we better do is get some dogs to hunt that lion with.
No, according to that book there, Lum, they don't use dogs.
Big game hunting in Africa.
Yeah.
Well, I don't care what they say in here. I know in reason they don't use elephants to hunt lions with. They can't even bark. How would you know when they struck the trail?
Well, how do you know if they don't bark on trail?
Well, did you ever see an elephant a-barking?
Why, no, I never, but I never seen one on trail, neither.
Well, you can't make no hunting dog out of an elephant, I can tell you that right now. Now, wouldn't that elephant there look fine running a rabbit across the field or sitting under a tree barking at a little squirrel?
Well, now, I don't think he hunt like dogs does, Lum. Look there now, where I got the page turned down. Show the picture of them hunting lions in Africa right in that book.
Where?
Why, right there, right in there, kid.
Well, they're just riding elephants there.
Huh?
The elephants ain't a-hunting the lions. You see, they have beaters that go on ahead and run the lions by, and these fellers here just capture them.
Yeah, well, now, I figured on me and you riding baby here like they're doing in that picture there, Lum.
Well, now, you can ride up there if you want to, but I ain't going to try to ride no elephant's back. You see, these hunters in this picture's got a seat up there, see there?
Yeah, well, now, you just wait now. Me and Cedric's got a scheme worked out where there'll be room for all of us up there on his back.
Whereabouts is Cedric at?
Oh, I sent him over the house for some stuff a while ago. I'm trying to get baby all rigged up so that we can strike out right after supper tonight.
Abner, I wish you'd quit calling that elephant baby.
Well, I got to call him something. That's the only name we got for him.
Well, just call him Elephant till after the contest is over. Then we'll have a regular name for him.
Yeah, I thought some of them names that's already been sent in would be all right, huh?
Oh, yeah, there's some good names suggested, all right, but we don't want to do no deciding until we close the contest. Then we'll let the committee pick one out.
Yeah. Well, have you made the announcement about the contest over the party line yet?
No, I'll attend to that again. I go back to the office.
As you know, I was just looking at baby, elephant a while ago, Lum. I believe he's deformed.
Deformed?
Yes, sir, and I just looked at him there. He looks like he ain't big enough for himself, don't he?
Ain't big enough for himself?
No.
What you talking about?
Well, his skin don't fit him very good. It's way yonder too big for him.
Oh, well, he just ain't growed to it yet. He ain't more than half growed, you know.
You know. Well, what do they do? Just give him a skin that's big enough for a growed elephant and then let him grow to it?
I don't know, Abner. This is the first experience I've ever had with elephants. They just ain't built for style. They run more for comfort.
Yeah. Well, there ain't much shape to them, I'll say that. Now, just look at them legs. They just might lie straight up and down. Yeah. Looks like his legs just run down the ground and stops all of a sudden like he's bogged up in the mud or something, don't he?
Yeah, they're funny-built critters. I'd hate to... Wait a minute. Yonder comes Dick Huddleston driving up in front.
Yeah.
I'll have to get back in the office. Dan went out to deliver a new car a while ago.
Yeah, you just go ahead and talk to Dick, Lum. I'll finish up getting ready for this lion hunt.
Well, we'll try your way one more time, Abner, but if we don't catch this lion tonight, we'll get some dogs and trail him down.
I know we will catch him tonight, all right. Just wait till you see what old me and Cedric's got rigged up. This book here has learned me all about lion hunting.
Well, you needn't count on me riding that elephant. I'll tell you that right now. Well, howdy, Dick. How are you today?
Well, howdy, Lum. Wife said you telephoned you want to see me about something.
Yeah, I'm glad you come over, Dick. Come on in the office. I'll explain it to you.
What's Abner doing back there?
Oh, he's rigging up the elephant, getting ready to go hunt that lion again tonight.
Haven't located him yet, huh?
No, we can find plenty of places where he's been, but we can't seem to find where he's at. Go ahead in.
Well, thanks, Lum. I've been hearing a lot of complaints about that lion, too.
Yeah, and so have we. Granny's trying her best to locate him.
Well, he's got the whole community scared to death. They're just afraid to go out after dark, afraid he'll jump out of the bushes after him or something.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't bother nobody. Couldn't hurt him if he wanted to. He ain't got a tooth in his head. Sit down, sit down.
Yeah, thanks, Lum. Well, I know, of course, he ain't got no teeth, but it's just the idea of a lion being turned loose in the community is what's scaring him. When he starts that roaring, why, you can hear him for miles. Believe me now, the folks around here ain't venturing out after night.
Oh, folks has been calling up here making complaints about it, and I told them we was doing all we could to catch him.
Yeah.
There ain't a thing for him to be scared of.
As the sea trunk was telling me that him and his whole family slept in the storm cellar last night.
Well, I do know. Feared of old toothless lion. I slept right in my house. Don't catch me staying all night in no storm cellar. Just locked all the doors and windows and went right on off to sleep. It's a little warm, a little close to all the windows down, but that's a heap better than a storm cellar.
Yeah, you're scared just like all the rest of them.
No, I ain't.
You might as well admit it.
No, sir. I thought sure we caught him Saturday night over there on Old Piney Mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, Abner had one of them coal mining lights that they fasten on their caps when they're down in the mines.
Oh, yeah, it's on carbide lights.
He had one of them fastened on his hat, trying to shine the lion's eyes like Uncle Henry Lunsford used to hunt deer of a night.
Yeah.
Well, we walked up on this critter the other night, and there's two big eyes a staring.
Was it the lion?
No, but we thought it was.
What was it?
Well, I don't like to say, Dick. We couldn't tell, of course. All we could see was the eyes till we got right up on it.
Well, what was it, Lum?
You won't josh us about it, will you?
No, of course not. What was it?
Well, sir, it was that wild steer, Luther Phillips. When Abner shined that light in his eyes, he taken in after us and put us up a tree, and our grannies we had to stay there till daylight Sunday morning.
Well, that ain't no way to hunt lions anyway.
I found that.
Shine them with the light that way. I gave Abner a book on how to hunt big game in Africa.
Yeah, I know.
Get some pointers out of that'll help you catch it.
Yeah, I think you just done that to have some fun out of Abner.
Why, no, it's a good book.
Our grannies, he's got it in his head now. He's a big game hunter. Getting that poor elephant all rigged up for a big lion hunt tonight.
I do know. Say, what was it you wanted to see me about, Lum? I've got to get on back to work.
Oh, me and Abner is putting on a sort of a contest to get a name for the elephant, and...
where'd you get the idea to put on a contest?
Well, you know when I telephoned Sister Simpson the other day down there at your store to see if she could think up a good name for the elephant?
I remember now, yeah.
Well, there must have been a lot of folks listening in on the party line, for we've got a whole batch of letters here, names, different ones they sent in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what give us the idea to turn it into a regular contest and give a prize for the best name sent in.
Mm-hmm. What kind of a prize you ain't gonna give?
Why, me and Abner decided to give the person that sends in the best name for the elephant a new Ford radio for their car.
Well, say, that's a nice prize, all right.
Yeah.
But suppose that somebody wins it, Lum, doesn't have a Ford.
Well, these Ford radios will fit any car, you know.
Oh, they will?
Sure.
Well, that's all right, then. Well, now, where do I come in on it?
Well, we wanted you and Grandpappy Spears and Doc Cook to be the judges to pick out the best name for the elephant.
Oh, no, now, Lum, I'd rather not get
No, now, there ain't no way out of this, Dick. I ain't asking you. I'm just telling you. You're one of the committee. Me and Abner or Dan Davis can't do it on account of being connected with the garage here, you know.
No. Well, if you've done decided it, Lum, well, I guess I'll have to serve.
Well, I've done decided it, all right. Now, I'll call up the folks on the party line and tell them about the contest.
Yeah, I'm just afraid you're getting me in for a lot of work, Lum. That's what you're doing. Now, don't tell the folks on the party line that I'm one of the judges.
No, I ain't. Wait a minute. Everybody's listening in now. Howdy, everybody. This is the Pine Ridge Motor Company broadcasting over the Party Line Networks. Lum Edders, President, and Left Vice President doing the talking. I got an extra special announcement to make today. You folks all know the elephant that Abner traded for a few days ago. Well, we're trying to find a good name for him, so we're going to give a new Ford radio to the person who sends in the name the judges select as the best. Just mail them to Lum and Abner, and we'll get them. Now, this contest will run till Thursday of this week, so better get busy and send us in a name. I reckon that's all for today.
What in the world's that out in front there? Looks like Abner coming up out there.
Wait just a minute. Goodbye, everybody. Well, for the great I am.
Well, what's that on that elephant there?
I don't know. That's some of Abner's doing.
Hey, Lum,
Come on out.
Come out here a minute.
Abner, what in the name... What's that business you got up on that elephant's back?
This is what they call a HOJO in that boat, Lum. That's what we're going to ride in.
Why, it looks like a body off an old used car.
That's what it is. I know this will make a fine passenger out of it. Where most of them just got a box up there, we've got a regular suit in.
If that elephant don't look fine as that body off that used car up on him there, Abner.
Where in the world did you get that outfit you got on there? Undoubtedly, you don't aim to wear a
This is a big
get-up.
game hunter's outfit, Lum.
Why, you've got enough junk there to start a second-hand store.
What's that, a dishpan upside down there that you're wearing for a hat, Abner?
Look at them short pants and them boots. Now, if you don't look aside...
Look at the guns we've got here, Lon. Me and you's going right up here in the front seat, and Cedric's going to beat the line out of the brush. I know that we'll show 'em how big game hunting ought to be did.
Granny's Dick, I knowed it was a mistake to ever give that book on how to hunt big game to Abner. He ain't got a lick of thing.
Well, anyway, don't forget if you have a name to suggest for the elephant, send it to Lum and Abner in care of your station. You may be the winner of that Ford radio. Know the facts before you buy a car, and you'll buy a Ford V8. For instance, the all-steel, electrically welded body versus the body of wood and steel. Fact number 1, steel doesn't need wood for strength or protection. 2, the steel and wood body is not much stronger structurally than its wooden frame. 3, under extreme stress or shock, the steel body remains intact. Dented perhaps, but not crushed. 4, it is more expensive to make an all-steel body than to make a wooden frame and then nail steel panels on it. Until experience proved it unwise, Ford mixed wood and steel in bodies and wheels. It was the best way then, but the state of the art has advanced. No one argues now that the electrically welded one-piece wheel, such as the Ford wheel, needs to be strengthened by adding wood to it. Know the facts before you buy a car. All the facts. In fairness to yourself, see the new Ford before you buy. In closing, we want to remind you to listen for the special announcement to be given during the old-time sociable Friday night. Lum and Abner will tell you about a very interesting contest in which they will give away a new Ford V8 every Friday night, and everyone is invited to take part. Gene Hamilton, speaking for your local Ford dealer, who invites you to follow the experiences of Lum and Abner tomorrow evening at this same time.
You know, everybody's working at top speed these days. The times demand the best we've got. And the best, when it comes to coffee, is measured in terms of flavor. The demands we place upon coffee today are greater than ever before. Every cup must measure up. Every sip must hit the spot. Now, not only to fill its all-important place as part of a good meal, but for the boost fine coffee gives, the lift to help you get things done. And besides that, since the shortage makes rationing necessary, each cup should make up in excellence for the cups we don't get in between. Now, to fill the bill and more than fill it, get Chase & Sanborn coffee. You'll marvel that a single cup can hold so much delicious flavor. The secret is that Chase & Sanborn is more than one coffee. It's the finer ones blended. And today, our experts are turning out the richest, most satisfying, most flavorful blend of our entire history. You want all the flavor you can get, so get all the flavor you can. Every time you part with a precious ration coupon, ask for Chase & Sanborn. Naturally, nowadays, with so many others buying Chase & Sanborn, too, your grocer may sometimes run out. If he should, please understand and cooperate. And the next time, be sure to ask again for Chase & Sanborn coffee.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present another gleaming, glossy, gay and garrulous grab bag of fun and music with Rico Marcelli's orchestra and starring Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Marcelli and his men open the proceedings with Midnight in Paris. Wrap it up, Rico. our right minds, let's have a few words of wax wisdom. Until you actually use Johnson's Glow Coat on your linoleum, you can't possibly know what a difference it makes in the looks of a floor. If your linoleum is dull and dingy looking, Glow Coat will make it shine like new again. Or if you have new linoleum on your floor, just remember that you should protect it with Glow Coat if you want to keep it beautiful and save it from becoming worn and lifeless. Glow Coat is so easy to apply. You do no rubbing or buffing. In 20 minutes, Glow Coat dries to a bright, gleaming polish that sheds dirt and dust and saves you hours of cleaning time. Look for the attractive yellow can with the lettering Johnson's Glow Coat. A very pretty little domestic scene at 79 Wistful Vista tonight. Fibber and Molly are seated in the living room. McGee is tuning in the radio.
Let's see now what I can get. Dread it. Ever since I hung that potato on the aerial, all I can get is Lady Peel. Be Lily to you, Molly. Don't tune us out, folks. That's our radio, not yours.
Turn it up so I can hear it, McGee.
Okay, Molly. I spent the whole morning adjusting this thing so as I could get something good.
Oh. There, you see what you done, McGee? Put the radio on the bum.
Oh, shucks, Molly. I can fix it all right.
Yeah, like you did last time, I suppose.
Betcha.
You fixed it so it's when you tuned in Los Angeles, the doorbell would ring. If you tuned it up higher, up louder, the lights would go on in the basement. And another thing.
Huh?
Did you shovel the snow off the walk like I told you?
Well,
And another thing. Did you bring some groceries home for supper?
Oh, I forgot 'em, Molly, but I'll winchell right over and get 'em.
Walter Winchell?
Yeah. I'll be back in a flash with some hash. That's probably the radio man to fix the radio, Molly.
Don't be silly, McGee. You haven't called him yet.
Oh, that's right, I ain't. Okay, I'm coming. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Wheedledeck. How are you?
What do you care how I am, you little palooka? Huh? If you cared how I was, you'd shovel off that sidewalk of yours so the body could walk. I've been 20 minutes going 14 feet on that ice, and I want to tell you right now, when I want to do my trucking or tear off a little karaoke, I'll go to a dance hall to do it. So get out there and chop yourself an ice cube, you little drink of water.
Well, can you beat?
Who was that, McGee?
Oh, boy, that was, some fellow wanted to know where 14th and Oak Streets was.
Sounded like a woman's voice to me.
Yes, I know. Sounded like that to me, too, at first. Let's see now, what was I going to do?
Go get the groceries.
Yes. Oh, no, I was going to telephone the radio man. I don't think I'll try to fix it myself, Molly. I'll call him up now. Hi, babe. Give me Murray Hill 89933. Oh, I had a cat and his name was Mort. He had 9 lives like the Supreme Court, with a hey nutty nutty and a TVA. Oh, hello? Wistful Vista Hardware Store? This here's Fibber McGee. Can you come right over and fix my radio? What's the matter with it? Why, shucks, if I knowed that, I'd fix it myself. Okay, I'll expect him then.
While he's on the way over, McGee, you might be shoveling off the walk.
You're right, Molly.
Good.
You're right. I might be, but I won't. You get it, Molly? I said...
Ah, it ain't funny, McGee.
Okay.
My, we're real popular tonight, McGee. Go see who 'tis. And if it's another man wanting 14th and Oak Street, invite her in.
Oh, now, Molly. Okay, I'm coming.
Pardon me, I'm working my way through the university by selling Johnson's Glow Coat for the Jones store. You know, the quick-drying, no rubbing, no buffing...
Oh, Harpo Wilcox. What university are you going to, Harpo?
Florida.
Florida?
Sure, you know, Waxa de Florida.
I get it. If you was going to Toronto, I suppose you'd save 1/3 on the large-size Canada, huh?
Oh.
No, thanks, Harpo. We just bought a new can of Glow Coat. I can't help you.
Well, you'll be sorry when I'm a Phi Beta Kappa.
Phi Beta Kappa. Phooey. I'm a non-compass mentis myself. So long, Harpo.
Who was that now?
Harpo.
Did you ask him in?
No, I... Say, it'd save time, Molly, if we just took the door off the hinges. Might be a little drafty, maybe, but it'd save wear and tear.
Oh, it's probably the radio man, McGee. Let him in.
Okay. Oh, hello there, Geraldine.
Oh, hello, Mr. McGee. Isn't it really? I told Gerald he ought to walk over here with me, and what do you think he said?
What he said?
He said he was going to stay home and play the desert song.
The desert song?
Yes, chic to chic. Isn't that simply extemporaneous, Mr. McGee? I mean, isn't it really?
Yes, it is.
Oh, Gerald gets off the courageous things. He really does.
Why shouldn't he? Won't you step in out of the cold? It's kind
Oh,
of...
no, thank you, Mr. McGee. I really mustn't,
Well,
really. I just wanted to see if Molly had any books to go back to the circulating library.
Circulating library?
Gerald says it must be a circulating library. I get such dizzy books.
Mr. Gerald must be a card. I don't think Molly's got any books.
Well, I'll be getting along then, Mr. McGee. It's terribly cold. I mean, it really is.
Yes.
Gerald says he wouldn't go out on a night like this because he froze his ears last year.
Oh, he went out and froze his ears.
Oh, not outside. Gerald says he froze his ears looking for something to eat in the refrigerator. Well, I simply must be off. Diddle, diddle, diddle.
And now we are to hear Rico Marcelli and his men play a very catchy song submitted in our recent amateur songwriters contest. The song titled, I Found You in the Moonlight, was written by Russ Daly of Ogdensburg, Wisconsin. The popular young tenor Bob Hannon sings the vocal. I Found You in the Moonlight. All right, Rico.
A June night, and through the trees the stars played peekaboo. The night I found you in the moonlight, and lost my head completely over you. I only meant to say good evening, to pass you by and find my way to bed. But something tempted me that evening to stay around and lose my heart instead. You were sweet, a gentle breeze was sighing, and the moon was fair above. First we laughed, then did a little crying. We found ourselves in love. And now so often on a June night, in lovely dreams it seems I live in you. The night I found you in the moonlight and lost my head completely over you. So often on a June night, in lovely dreams it seems I live in you. The night I found you in the moonlight and lost my head completely over you.
Thank you, Bob Hannon, and congratulations, Mr. Daly. Next week, Marcelli will feature another song entered in his amateur songwriters contest. The composer is John Carter of Bloomington, Illinois. His song is titled, I'll Feast My Eyes on You. Back at Wistful Vista, the McGees are waiting for the arrival of the radio repairman so they can continue with their nice, peaceful evening. Or what started out to be a nice, peaceful evening.
Isn't it about time that radio man was here, McGee?
I don't know, Molly. Probably takes time to wait through.
Heavenly days, here at last. Go answer it, McGee.
I've been to that door so dad-ratted many times tonight I feel like a usher. Radio repairman, come right in.
Hello there, Peter.
Well, if it ain't Nick the Popular. Come on in, Nick, and shake the icicles off your chin.
Thank you to pieces, Peter. It is a very fine night outside for Eskimokis if you should like polar bears, no thank you.
Well, how do you do, Mr. DePopulous?
Hello, Cupid. You report to being very smart people to be staying inside from outdoors, I'm thinking.
Yes, Mr. DePopulous. We thought we'd stay in and listen to the radio this evening, but the radio's busted, and we're waiting for the man to come and fix it.
Come on in and sit down, Nick.
Sure.
How's business?
Restaurant's business is very fine, if you don't mind, Fizzer.
Good.
One Cupid customer, she's for to telling me, Mr. Restaurant man, in all the world there is no restaurants where I'm getting such stoom prooms as this.
Stoom prooms?
What you mean, stoom prooms?
Now, don't pull me with that stuff, Fizzer. You're knowing very well stoom prooms. Stoom prooms is for to being plums which are all wrinkled on the face for worrying about perhaps winding up like stoom prooms.
Oh, so the lady said there was no place in the world where you could get such stewed prunes as in your restaurant.
That's right, Cupid. This old Cupid customer is saying my stoom prooms is without doubt maybe the worst stoom prooms of any place she's ever stayed away from. These customers, you know, is always having little jokes with restaurant people.
Well, I always says, Nick, the customer's always right. I mind the time I was managing the Shapiro Bernstein French restaurant in Dublin. I was...
There's the radio man, McGee.
Let him in, will you, Molly, while I find a cigar for Nick?
All right, McGee. I feel like a feather in the breeze. How do you do? Are you the radio man?
What?
I say, are you the man to fix the radio?
No, I'm a PWA worker.
Heavenly day. A PWA worker? Well, what do you want, me boy?
Well, I just want to tell you, never mind about shoveling the walk if you was going to. Us boys is doing it.
Oh, well, now, that's fine. That's a terrible cold you have. You better take care of it.
I haven't got any cold, lady.
Well, I must say you sound like it.
Yeah, I know. But if you talk to as many politicians to get this job as I have, you'd lose your voice, too.
Molly, radio man?
No, McGee, 'twas a man from the city. He says they're shoveling off the walks themselves, so now you won't have to.
I won't have to, huh?
Caesar is seeming quite happiness, Cupid. Was he afraid for to have shoveled the sidewalks off with snow?
Sure, Mr. DePopulous. Every time he sees a shovel, he gets stage fright.
I can't help it, Molly. My grandmother over in Ireland was frightened by some mining tools.
And what happens about that, Caesar?
So when I was born, of all the 11 kids, I was the pick of the lot. Have a cigar, Nick.
Thank you to Peter.
You know, Mr. DePopulous, you'd think that a cold night like this, everybody'd be staying home. But that doorbell has rung 20 times at least.
That is just your personal magnitude, Cupid. I'm for to flattening you, I think, but you're right.
How do you mean she's right, Nick?
Well, this is very fine evening for not going someplace.
Betcha.
This is what I'm thinking myself. I'm thinking this is such a bad night with cold and snowing that no people who is smart with brains is staying home. So that's why I'm here. You grab me?
No, not exactly, but never mind. I hear you served a nice dinner in your restaurant on Washington's birthday, Mr. DePopulous.
Oh, sure, Cupid. George Washington, he was a great man, I'm thinking.
Indeed he was.
But you Americans have a lot of great patriarchs, like Abraham's Lincoln, Brick Wall Jackson, Jacques Dempsey, and this Tarzan with the monkeys. These are great people.
Shucks, you had some pretty good Greek people, too, Nick. Helen of Troy, for instance.
No, Caesar. Helen of Troy, she was a bad Cupid, I'm thinking.
Oh, but she was beautiful, Mr. DePopulous. They say she had a face that launched 1,000 ships.
If she is for to having her lunch on 1,000 boats, she's crazy from sailors, like my first Mrs. DePopulous was.
Why, what'd she do, Nick?
Well, she's running away from me with a uniform with a Navy sailor inside.
Oh.
Yes, you know, all ladies is foolish from sailors, Cupid. Perhaps except you. And I'm not so sure I'm talking sense when I'm saying that, too.
Oh, is that so? Well, that's probably why Molly fell for me, Nick. I used to be a bosun's mate on the old USS Peoria. I mind the time one day when we docked down at Rio de Janeiro.
Heavenly days. If this isn't the radio man, I don't know what I'll do.
Oh, hello, Molly.
How do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Hi, Harper. What can we do for you?
Well, you see, your radio being broken, I couldn't make an announcement over it, so I just ran over from the studio to tell you that Marcelli's going to have our little solo violinist, Audrey Call, play her own version of Dinner for One, Please, James.
Dinner for one, please, James, huh?
Dinners for one is not so good for restaurants business, Will Scott.
No, I guess not.
I'm much more pleased if this little fiddle Cupid is playing banquets for 500 people.
Tell her to go right ahead, Mr. Wilcox.
All right, okay, Audrey. As Misha Elman might play it. In the hot fiddle manner of Joe Benuti. With a Viennese touch a la Chrysler. Back once more to 79 Wistful Vista, we find Molly and Fibber and Nick DePopoulos still waiting for that radio man.
Telephone. Probably the hardware store saying they can't send a repairman. Get it, will you, Molly?
Okay, McGee.
Hey, Nick, did I ever tell you about the time
Feel like a feather in the breeze. Hello, 79 Wistful Vista, Mrs. McGee speaking. Who? The Wistful Vista Hospital? What? Yeah. Oh, heavenly days. A what? A case of amnesia? Oh, I see. He's lost his memory. He's run away from the hospital and he's headed this way. Good heavens, will he... Oh, he's harmless if nobody excites him. Oh, I see. Sure, we'll keep eye out for him. Sure. Red hair, blue eyes, and wearing hospital slippers. Sure, ma'am, but it's hardly likely he'll come here. No, I won't worry anyone about it at all. Thank you for calling, ma'am. Goodbye. Oh, dear, I better go lock the back door. Red eyes, blue hair, wearing amnesia slippers.
Hey, Nick, let that radio man in, will you? I've been to that door 50 times tonight.
Hartley Dudley. Hello, Squeezy. Are you the man from the hardware store?
Yes. From the hardware store, the drugstore, the bakery, and the car barn. Particularly the car barn. See, I've got a nickel.
Give me a nickel. I give you cups of coffee.
Hey, what's going on here? Oh, well, come right in, brother. There's the radio over there. And hurry up, will you? Shucks, I don't know what kept you so long.
I don't either. They told me I'd be out in a few days.
Few days? No, sir. I ain't paying for no service like that. Hey, what you wearing them carpet slippers on your feet for, bud?
They don't fit on my head.
Oh, a wise guy, huh? Well, get to work on that radio and don't be so sassy.
He's for to having nice croppings of red hairs, Fizzer.
Yeah.
Like double orders of stewed carrots, I'm thinking.
Oh, well, I don't care what color his hair is if he gets busy. What you staring at, bud?
What a lovely painting on the wall.
Painting?
So realistic. Moonlight on the snow.
Moonlight on. That ain't no painting, brother. You're looking out the window.
Oh, so I am. What am I doing here?
What you mean, what are you doing here?
McGee, come here. I want to talk to you.
I ain't got time now, Molly. This guy comes over here to fix the radio, and then he asks what he's here for.
Oh, dear.
Go on, get at it, bud.
Can you row a boat?
Oh.
Can I? What are you talking about? Are you kidding me?
I believe I will, if you don't mind.
Huh?
Fizzer, you're always giving people the Raz apples, and now you're for to having some of my own medicine.
Medicine? I don't believe I want any right now.
Oh, dear, I better call the hospital.
Say, listen, son.
Excuse me, Mr. DePopulis, while I make a phone call.
Sure, Cupid.
Listen, bud, you fix that dad-ratted radio and quit clowning around, you hear me?
Oh, yes. The radio. Where is it?
Where is it?
He is asking where is the radio cabinet, and he is having his hand leaning on it with both elbows. He's a smart crack wise, Alex.
Here, bud, now quit the joshing and get to work. Here's a hammer and a screwdriver and stuff. Forgot about them anvils. I'll stand here and supervise the job. You know, I used to be quite a radio hand myself, Nick.
No, is that so?
Yep, I invented the fibber filament. The tube of the future, they called it. Fibber filament, fabricated for finer facility and frequency flexibility, famous in the field for foiling, fluttering, painting, and fading. Now step on it there, brother.
Yes, indeed.
Do you see something? What is the matter, radio people?
Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, indeed. This tube is absolutely gone, I think.
Hey!
Yes, absolutely gone.
What's the idea of busting up that tube, bud? I could have...
And this one, too, I believe. Very weak. Oh, very, very weak.
Hey, look what you've done. You busted all them tubes.
Oh, don't worry. Here are more to this lamp.
Huh? Hey, go easy there. You busted the lamp.
I know. I don't like lamp. Do you?
Why, Say, what's the idea? Are you ribbing me, brother?
Oh, no, indeed. Now, this tube here, sir, is broken.
What you mean, broken? It ain't nothing.
Why, it is too.
Hey, what's the idea?
Hey, this is very comical way for fixing radios, I believe it.
Well, I'll say so. Now you listen to me.
No,
bud.
you listen. You listen.
What's the idea? I reckon that...
Quiet. Don't shout at the man.
Don't shout at the man.
No.
You see what he done? He Oh, now what?
I'll go, McGee. I'll go.
Okay, lady, where is he?
Oh, he's here. Come right in, please.
He hasn't done any harm, has he?
No, not a bit. There's hardly any, that is.
Come on, Mr. Quinn. We're going now.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. I don't like this place. It's full of radio tubes.
You don't like it? Full of... Say, who is this fella?
Quit shouting, buddy. That just makes him worse.
Huh?
This guy got a crack on the head in an accident and ran away from the hospital. He'll be okay in a couple of days. Come on, Quinn. Thanks for calling us, lady.
Oh, that's all right. Good night, Mr. Quinn.
You must come over and fix my radio sometime. Good night.
Now, if we'll be forgiven for getting serious for just a moment, I would like to say just try Johnson's Glow Coat on your kitchen linoleum and see if your family and friends don't compliment you on the looks of your floor. Glow Coat keeps your floor sparkling and clean, and at the same time makes your cleaning work very much easier. Instead of having to scrub your linoleum continually in order to keep it respectable looking, you'll find that dirt and dust will not stick to the Glow Coat polish, and your days of floor scrubbing will be done away with. Soiled spots are quickly wiped off the gleaming surface. No wonder millions of housekeepers are so enthusiastic about Johnson's Glow Coat, the easy-to-use, no-rubbing floor polish that dries in 20 minutes and shines as it dries without help from you. And remember, you save as much as 1/3 by buying Glow Coat in the larger sizes. Don't forget, next week at this same hour, you have another rendezvous with the ribbing, romping McGees. Until then, may we remind you that just as the best housekeepers use Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Glow Coat to keep their houses clean and shining, so the most particular car owners keep their cars sparkling with Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner. This is Harlow Wilcox, the voice of Waxperience, saying good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
This is the Ford Theater, presenting the first in a new series of full-hour radio dramas under the sponsorship of the Ford Motor Company. May we introduce, as spokesman for the management of the Ford Theater, the distinguished playwright, actor, and producer, co-author of Life with Father and State of the Union, Mr. Howard Lindsay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Ford Theater, a new and hopeful structure located at the corner of this wavelength and Main Street, USA and Canada. Your seats, of course, are in the front row, on the beam. And you'll notice that the Ford Theater, like many an older playhouse, has a motto carved on the keystone of the arch that spans the stage. It reads, "The play's the thing." This afternoon's play is based on a famous American novel which, as far as we can learn, has never before been presented on the air. We shall hear George Zachary's production of A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court by Mark Twain. Mark Twain wrote The Connecticut Yankee just short of 60 years ago. And the Yankee he wrote about was a typical last-century American, a foreman of iron workers in a Hartford gun foundry. But suppose old Mark were alive and kicking as usual today, at this moment. How would he choose his hero here in the year of our Lord, 1947? And how would he begin his strange tale? Well, if I were Mark, I can imagine I might begin somewhat on this order. I came across the curious stranger of my story in the Hall of Armor at the Metropolitan Museum here in New York one fine Sunday afternoon early last summer. I was reading the descriptive placard set below a magnificent suit of armor in the center of the hall when I noticed a quiet, serious-looking young man beside me. Leaning forward a little, he read the inscription aloud and with marked contempt.
6th century hauberk said to have belonged to Sir Sagramore le Desirous, knight of King Arthur and member of the Round Table. Observe the bullet hole through the armor in the left breastplate. It cannot be accounted for. That's what they think.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Wit ye well, I saw it done.
You saw it?
Matter of fact, mister, I did it myself. It all started in Hartford, Connecticut, right in my own backyard. I was on terminal leave. I'd been with the Seabees in the Pacific for 3 years, and it turned out that the fella next door had been with the Army Engineers. He was boasting about them one day. I couldn't take that. I told him that the Army Engineers couldn't even build a pontoon bridge unless they had prefabricated parts. I didn't expect he'd resent a simple statement of fact such as that, so I was wide open when his fist landed, and I went out like a light. When I woke up, I was lying on a dirt floor. Above me was a low stone ceiling, and around me were 4 stone walls, one with a heavy metal door. Before I even had time to be surprised, the door opened and a young guy came in. He was dressed from neck to knees in a pair of shrimp-colored tights, and he carried a crust of bread in one hand and an earthenware mug in the other.
Fair sir, will you take sup?
Will I which?
Will you taste of bread and sip of water therewith to fill thy paunch and slake thy thirst?
What kind of talk is that? Where am I?
Marry, sir, where wouldst thou be other than in King Arthur's court?
Where?
King Arthur's court, have you no ears?
Say, what kind of joke is this?
Wherefore dost thou think it a joke?
Listen, I'm talking to a guy in my own backyard. He knocks me out. I wake up in jail. You come in decked out in some kind of costume, spouting some kind of queer language. What word would you use for it except joke?
Ah. And dost consider it likewise a joke that thou art to be burned at the stake within the hour?
Burned at the What for?
Thy strange dress doth proclaim thou art an evil magician.
An evil magician? Look, kid, I want to see a lawyer.
I know not what meaneth lawyer, and I hight not kid. And it please your worship, I hight Pierre de Beauchamp Bedivere de Bouteler.
Pierre de Bush... I'll call you, Clarence. Look, I'd better get the picture as you see it. You say this is King Arthur's court.
Wit ye well, and so it be, the glorious Arthur, whose golden reign hath blessed us since the year 510.
510? And what year is it now?
Why, 528. But what mattereth to thee what year it be, since it be thy last day on earth? Now, wilt thou come with me in orderly fashion, or must I needs summon the guards?
I'll come quietly, officer. Anything to find out what this is all about.
Thou hadst best shield thine eyes. The glare of the sun is fearsome.
Say, what are all those people doing over there in that field?
No, sweet your worship, they are come to see thee burned.
Holy mackerel, you weren't kidding.
Yonder is the stake.
No, this can't be. This must be a nightmare. But I better not take any chances. Clarence, what time is this bonfire set for?
When the sun doth reach its highest point.
Noon, huh? Noon, sun. Clarence, what's the date today?
The 21st of June.
The 21st of June, the year 528. But that's wonderful.
Wonderful? Hast taken leave of thy senses, my lord?
Clarence, congratulate me. I will not be burned today. I'd remembered something. Something from the days when I used to memorize the almanac to keep from going stir-crazy on those Pacific coral reefs. On that day, there was a total eclipse of the sun. Now, these people apparently believed in magic, and they'd certainly never heard of an eclipse. So I turned to Clarence.
Sir?
Is King Arthur in the house?
Yonder he sits under the royal canopy.
Hey there, King Arthur!
Speakest thou to me?
To nobody else but. I hear you think I'm a magician.
So Merlin hath informed me.
Who's Merlin?
Know ye not of Merlin? 'Tis he who sitteth here upon my right hand. For he be my trusted adviser, and the most powerful magician in all the land.
And he wants to get rid of me. Afraid of the competition?
Nay, he fears not thee nor any man. Is it not so, good Merlin?
My gracious liege, I well know the limit of this man's power. He can do naught to harm us.
Is that so? Is that so? Listen, King Arthur, if you go through with this barbecue, I'll cook up the worst disaster since Noah's flood.
How say you?
I will blot out the sun.
Merlin, can he in truth do this thing?
He can, Sir King, but he dare not, for it can be done only by calling upon that awful being, whose name 'tis death to pronounce.
That's ridiculous.
Enough. I believe thee, good Merlin. Tie him to the stake.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. You hear that, all you people? Your king has doomed you to destruction. I am going to destroy the sun. Hark as I call forth the forces at my command. Reet, pleat, zoot, zoot, hey, bubba, rebop. Mersey dotes, bleep, bloop, hudson, roast, another rillera. Upon you, O dreaded one, upon you whose name may not be spoken save by the chosen few, on you I call to destroy the sun, as I pronounce thine awful and fearful name, Snafu! My timing was on the nose. The crowd went mad with fear. But I wasn't feeling so good either, because I figured to myself, there's no eclipse due on June 21st in 1947. This must be the year 528, and I am in King Arthur's court. Well, there was no help for it. I'd have to make out as best I could. Meanwhile, King Arthur was practically down on his knees pleading with me.
Good, sweet, most powerful magician, bring not this disaster upon the world because of mine own disbelief in thee. Reflect, gracious sir, bring back the sun.
Okay, King Arthur, here's my proposition. If I bring back the sun, you appoint me permanent prime minister. My cut will be 10% of any increase in revenue I produce for the state. If I can't live on that, I won't ask for a raise. Is it a deal?
Away with his bonds! Rich and poor shall do him homage. He is the king's right hand, and is clothed with full power and authority. Now, good sir, sweep away the night and bring the light again.
Let the enchantment dissolve and pass harmless away. Open the door, Richard!
The sun is coming out!
They thought I was the greatest magician in the world. King Arthur wanted to fire Merlin without so much as 2 weeks' pay, but I vetoed that. That's where I made my first mistake. Then I realized what a man out of the 20th century could do back there in the 6th. Every little thing I did created a sensation. I showed them my watch.
Oh, it is marvelous.
It's an infernal machine.
Hey, it's amazing. I flashed my pocket lighter.
Have a care.
He holdeth fire in his hand.
Tis a magical torch. Even my jokes panicked him. Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Marvelous, Sir Bob.
Oh, a prodigy of humor.
He slayeth me. Then, to top it off, I cooked up a batch of dynamite and blew up Merlin's castle. That did it. So far as King Arthur's court was concerned, I was the boss. In fact, if you wanted to talk to me, you said, Sir Boss, and liked it.
Sir Boss, in truth I am loath to disturb thee, but there is a maiden come from the king who waiteth these 2 months, craving audience with thee.
Send her in, Clarence.
Okay, Sir Boss. Demoiselle Alison de Castlewares. Sir Boss,
Well, my girl, what can I do
How
for you?
perchance, fair Sir Boss, thou canst succeed wherein all others have failed. The dragons are of such a size to fright the soul of e'en the most valorous of men, as they do glare from their terrible eye, which doth sit witchy well in the very centre of their forehead.
Wait a minute.
Like a day, and you wot how many have essayed, and yet
Wait
failed
a minute.
utterly. Yet I hold them not blameless.
Wait a minute! Clarence, what's she talking about?
King Arthur hath appointed thee her protector. Thou must slay for her a fearsome dragon.
Dragon?
I, my mistress with 44 other maidens, are held captive in a castle surrounded by the most fearful monsters that...
Hold it, sister. Clarence, you know I don't have time to play truth or consequences, even with a cutie like this.
But, Sir Boss, she may not leave thy side until thou hast granted her boon. 'Tis the law of chivalry.
Oh, rats. I tell you what, Clarence, give her my correspondence course on shorthand and typing. If she insists on hanging around, she might as well be useful.
Come thou with me, Arizan.
Fare thee well, sweet your worship.
See you later, Sandy. Clarence, the more I see of this chivalry business, the more convinced I get that it's just a phony racket. Don't these knights have anything better to do than go around bashing in each other's skulls in tournaments and chasing dragons that don't exist?
Why, forsooth, Sir Boss, 'tis all they know.
Why can't they do something more productive? Do something for their people?
What meanest thou by people?
You know, folks other than knights.
Oh, forsooth, there be none worth mentioning other than the knights. These others exist only in that they may serve the knights.
What sort of wages do they get?
Wages? What signifieth wages?
Never mind, that answers the question. Are they at least treated kindly?
Good Sir Boss, the knights know not the meaning of kindness. Marry, the life of these ye call the people, they do esteem as something less than the life of a good dog or a middling horse.
Clarence, I think I'll have to make some changes in that direction. Would you like to help?
That I would, for though I be high-born, yet I relish not the time when I am knighted and needs must go about breaking the bones of innocence so that I may be termed valorous. I would rather be as thou, Sir Boss, hep character.
That's the spirit, Clarence. Now, I want you to find about 50 other boys your own age who feel the way you do. I'll put them through a grind that'll make the CB training course look like a vacation. But one thing, Clarence, Merlin is my sworn enemy. If he spills a word of this to Arthur and the knights before we're ready for them, our hash is cooked.
The whole operation is top secret.
You got that letter ready for my signature, Sandy?
'Tis ready for thy new fountain pen, Sir Boss.
Yes, Clarence. Oh.
To His Majesty Arthur, King of the Table Round, Sir Mordred de Rougemont, half-brother to the King, the court magician Merlin...
Send him in.
Sir Boss, Alessandre de Cataloise.
Your Majesty.
Sir Boss, we have come to this tower thou callest penthouse, and to this room thou callest office, to learn for what reason thou dost defy our royal will.
How's that, King?
'Tis half a year since His Majesty hath bidden thee to slay the dragon for the maiden Alessandre.
Oh, so that's it. Go on with your work, Sandy.
Wherefore dost thou remain in the confines of thy battlements, Sir Boss? Art thou faint of heart?
Faint of heart, my eye. Listen, Mordred, I've got better things to do than chase around in a tin suit.
Aye? What, Sir Boss? What more important?
None of your business, you old faker.
Your Majesty, until this day have I waited to present thee proof of yon traitor's acts. In the dark of night doth he brew his black magic, on land and on water, on shores and in the woods and the bowels of the earth, and even in the air itself hath he confederates, working and plotting to destroy thee and thy crown.
That's a lie, Merlin.
Canst deny thine own works? Gaze, O Arthur, upon the maid at table, pecking with her fingers as a hen pecketh corn.
'Tis only a typewriter, Your Majesty.
Ah, 'tis black magic, meant to destroy thee.
Listen, you witch doctor without a mask, I'm not trying to destroy your king. I'm trying to put his reign 1,400 years ahead of its time. Destroy him. Why, when I'm finished, Arthur will be able to change the entire course of history.
Thou speakest fair, Sir Boss.
Beware silken tongue, O my king.
Listen, Arthur, I'll put my cards on the table right now. I like you. I'm doing everything I can to help you. But if helping you means that I have to destroy the rotten, unjust, antiquated structure of chivalry, then that's just what I'll do.
He slandereth chivalry, my lord.
What? Nay, he meaneth not, Mordred.
The heck I don't.
Wilt thou defame all knighthood? Thou goest too far, Sir Boss. Defend thee, varlet.
Why, you dumb clock.
Hold, boss. Hold, Mordred. Nay, I am of two minds about this matter. In this manner shall we settle it. Upon the morrow do you, Sir Boss, appear upon the field of honor to do battle with Sir Mordred. If thou dost vanquish him, then so thy work shall continue. Yet, if thou art vanquished, then will all thy powers be forfeit, and thyself be banished from the land.
Fine.
Sir Boss, thou art not afraid?
Afraid of this sardine can, Sandy? Listen, King Arthur, Mordred isn't enough. I'll take on your whole round table.
Sir Boss!
From Launcelot to Sagramore le Desirous. We'll settle this thing once and for all. I spent the night trying to figure an angle to beat the collected assortment of the Knights of the Round Table. Everything I believed in depended on it. It was the final test of the 20th century against the 6th. I knew, of course, that Merlin was busy all night, too, saying incantations and weaving spells around his boys. That was the trouble with Merlin. He believed his own magic. Came the dawn, and I dressed up in the fanciest pair of tights I could find in Clarence's clothes closet, and off I went to the tournament grounds. To see that crowd, you'd think it was a World Series. There wasn't a vacant seat in the house, and everyone there was yelling for my blood. I walked to the middle of the field, bowed to the king and queen, and stood there waiting. All of a sudden, the trumpet started a racket, and a herald called out,
Sir Lancelot, into the fray for king and country!
Well, they were sending in their powerhouse right off. The gates at the end of the arena flew open, and a suit of armor perched on a horse bore down on me. I waited until he had worked up full steam, then I whipped out a lasso I had hidden under my cape, whirled it around a few times like I used to when I was a kid, and let go. It went round his shoulders, and I pulled tight for all I was worth. He bit the dust. He couldn't get to his feet, being encased in a ton of metal.
Sir Gareth, into the fray for king and country!
I yanked back my lasso, recoiled it, and by that time Sir Gareth was in position for my attack. I tossed the lasso. Sir Gareth bit the dust. That sort of thing went on for almost an hour. The ground was covered with wriggling suits of armor, and my right arm was getting ready to drop off when the herald called out,
Sir Sagramore le Desirous, into the fray for king and country!
Suddenly, I noticed Merlin beside me. He hissed in my ear.
Now, Sir Boss, have I spun around Sir Sagramore's spell, which protects him well from thee.
Says you.
And now art thou helpless for all thy magic weapons.
Look, go peddle your foolishness somewhere else. Scat, you rat. He scattered, and I reached down to pick up my lasso. It was gone. The old humbug had swiped it. Sir Sagramore charged at me, a ton of man and horse and steel, straight down upon me. The crowd went wild. It looked as if I was a goner. I had no choice. I reached into my pocket and brought out my last trick, the one I'd hoped I'd never have to use. I used it. Well, sir, that's it. That's how the bullet hole got into Sagramore's breastplate here in the museum. Like I said, I put it there myself.
And so you vanquished all the Knights of the Round Table.
Yep. But that was only the beginning. Would you like to hear the rest?
I certainly would.
Well, then, give me a minute to get it all straight in my head. You see, sometimes I can't tell one century from another.
While the Yankee pulls himself together, we'll remain right here in the 20th century. We have with us in the Ford Theater this afternoon a gentleman whose family name is recognized everywhere in the world as a symbol of 20th century progress. Progress in human relations as well as in mechanical techniques. We are honored to present the president of the Ford Motor Company, Mr. Henry Ford II. Mr. Ford.
Good afternoon. On behalf of all of us at the Ford Motor Company, I want to welcome you as our guests on this, the first broadcast of a new Ford radio program. We are very happy indeed to have you in our listening audience. At this hour, every Sunday afternoon, we plan to bring you the finest radio plays, drawn from every field, stage, screen, books, and radio. To make sure that each production is the best possible, we have called on a group of able and experienced radio men and women, writers, actors, directors, and musicians. They have been at work for months, preparing the first series of plays. Their work has had one major objective: to bring you stories that people have liked and that we hope you will like. As we at the Ford Motor Company continue to do our best to serve you, we want to merit your confidence, not only in the kind of cars and trucks and tractors we make for you, but also through our actions and services in the thousands of towns and cities all over the country where we meet you and do business with you, and in what we do as an industrial citizen in this great land of freedom and opportunity. And if we are to continue to deserve your confidence, we think you must know and understand what we are doing and what we are trying to do. We hope, then, that you will be a regular member of our Sunday listening audience. We hope that you will like our program. We hope also that you will be interested in some of the things we may want to tell you from time to time about ourselves and our products. Only by getting acquainted with each other can we hope to serve you better, with better cars and trucks that more and more of you can afford to buy.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. In just a moment, Howard Lindsay and Act Two of A Connecticut Yankee. We now pause for station identification.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
The Ford Theater, A Connecticut Yankee, Act Two. Scene, the Hall of Armor at the Metropolitan Museum in New York. Our friend, the CB from Hartford, takes up his curious story once more.
The tournament between the knights and me had more to it than met the eye. So far as Arthur was concerned, it was the final test of magical strength. But I knew it was also a struggle between the existing forces of tyranny and oppression, namely Merlin and the knights, and the struggling forces of freedom and equality, namely me. Merlin knew that as well as I did, and we both knew, too, that the battle wasn't over yet. For the next 5 years, I worked night and day with Clarence and our picked crew. We tapped for oil, we mined for coal and ore. We set up refineries and steel processing and manufacturing plants of all sorts. And we didn't neglect the ammunition. At last, I was ready.
Wherefore bringest thou me into these cavernous buildings, Sir Boss?
King Arthur, I've shown you folks a lot of magic since I've been here, but today you're going to see a form of magic that tops everything.
Black magic? Or white magic, Sir Boss?
Scientific magic, Merlin. See here.
Sir Boss, what is this?
This is an automobile assembly line.
What signifieth automobile?
That's one right there.
'Tis likened to the chariot of the Prince of Darkness.
It's a chariot, all right. It moves at many times the speed of a horse.
Faster than my horse?
Much faster. Of course, this is only a Model T. In another 10 years, we'll be able to make a Lincoln. Now, if you'll step into this next room.
Nay, 'tis black as night, Sir Boss. Merlin, bring light.
You won't need a torch, King Arthur. Just push this little button. So.
Ah, wondrous light. It is brighter than the sun.
That is but one of the powers of electricity, King Arthur.
'Tis an old enchantment.
Oh, it has other uses. Here, Merlin, pick up this wire.
Is some mischief, I trow?
Falter not, Merlin. Seize it. Sir Boss, thou hast slain him.
Nah, he's just knocked out. Could have happened to anybody who was changing a fuse.
What is in this box, Sir Boss?
Reach out and turn the knob, King Arthur. Have no fear.
Turn the knob. Yes.
Camelot armor never gets hot. It's air-conditioned in every spot. It never rusts, it shines like new. Camelot is the armor for you. C-A-M-E-L-O-T.
No. Recall the charm, Sir Boss. Nate is enough.
You, don't care for the radio?
Methinks 'tis a mixed blessing. Sir Boss, I have seen most marvelous things this day. Truly, thou art the greatest magician the world hath ever seen.
King, you ain't seen nothing yet. Look up at the sky.
Ah, a huge bird.
Nope, an airplane. Watch. How would you like to ride in that, King Arthur?
Ah, methinks to be a great adventure. Hast thou not taught me this day there is no danger in these things?
Well, it takes a little time to learn to manage them.
Then I will take the time to learn, and all my people shall learn. And then will each knight ride upon an automobile, and every castle shall have light and heat and a radio, and each knight an electric razor.
You mean you want to hand all this over to the knights?
Forsooth, to my people.
But, King Arthur, the knights are not your people.
How then?
The men and women who work in the fields, who repair the roads, who weave the clothes you wear, these are your people. But they're not ready for my miracles.
Not ready?
Your people are ignorant. They're poor. They're miserable. Most of them a little better than slaves. If I turn these things loose among them, they'll destroy themselves. My magic can be a blessing only if it's used with intelligence, by free men. I mean to give it to your people when you have made them free.
Sir Boss, I understand thee not. What meaneth freedom?
Look, King Arthur, you've never really been among your wretched people. Come with Sandy and me for a week or two, disguised as a peasant. See for yourself what their lives are really like.
You mean they would know me not? Ah, 'twould be a bold adventure. I'll do it.
King Arthur, Sandy, some noblemen are coming up the road.
What matters it?
Let them come.
Get to the side of the road or they'll ride you down.
Ride me down?
You're a peasant now, my liege.
Aye, I had forgot. Haste thee first, Sandy. Stand we aside.
And put on a humble attitude. They'll be around the curve in a moment. Duck your head. Keep your eye on the ground.
Oh, is this all right?
It'll have to do. Here they come. Don't move an inch till they pass.
Hold there, varlet. Ah? Meanest thou me?
Verily I mean thee. How many leagues toward lies the next village?
Upon my soul, I know not.
You know not? Wherefore know you not what I ask thee? Thou art insolent. Mayhap this will serve to teach.
Oh, no!
Sandy, stay where you are.
Forward!
Sandy, are you all right?
'Tis nothing, fair Sir Boss.
Good Sandy. It grieves me sore that thou shouldst bear the last stroke meant for me.
'Twas not meet that thou shouldst suffer. Thou art the king.
Yet am I a man, too, and would not have a woman.
My liege,
bear...
the trouble is that while you look like a peasant, you don't act like one.
And wherein am I lacking?
In the first place, you stand too straight. Slouch over.
Thus?
More. When a man is poverty-stricken, when he's miserable and oppressed, the manhood in him is sapped out. He's left with shoulders that droop, a slouching body, a shuffling walk, and a head that hangs low. There's no spirit left in him. He has doubt in his heart and fear in his soul. Can you understand that?
I can, as well as any man.
Then concentrate on it until terror and despair have become as much a part of you as the beating of your heart. Learn what it feels like to be a man without a birthright. Arthur had much to learn, and in the next week or so, plenty of opportunity for schooling. Here we saw a young girl accused of witchcraft burned alive. There, a man tortured to death for refusing to confess to cutting down a tree on his master's estate. Another was drawn and quartered for trapping a rabbit to feed his starving family. This was the lot of the common man in the age of chivalry. No one challenged us along the way, and we went unrecognized, but not unobserved.
How long, wise Merlin, have they been gone from Camelot?
10 days, Sir Mordred.
Uh-huh.
Thou understandest full well thy part in this action?
'Tis simple enough.
Arthur, Sir Boss, and the maiden are this night nigh unto London town, and will within the week be in the place itself. Thou wilt hasten there and follow the plan. So Arthur hath desires to be amid his people, hath he? We will arrange it so that he shall have his wish, and we will have the throne. Mordred, thou hast spoken naught of this to the queen?
To no one.
Were death to do so, for she would speak of it to Launcelot. For Launcelot loveth the king like a brother, even though his affection for the queen taketh a direction other than sister. The hour groweth late. Hie thee to London, fair Mordred. Thou shalt yet be king.
Well, I wasn't a magician, so I didn't know what was in store. But I was just as worried about that Launcelot-Guinevere team as Merlin was, only for a different reason. I couldn't figure it. So one day, when Arthur had gone to forage for food, I asked Sandy about it.
Faith, Sir Boss, this is not difficult to explain. Arthur hath a great soul and mind which doth try to understand the world about him. Therefore can Guinevere not possess him entirely. And it is this she doth resent, even though she be not aware of it.
So she turns to Launcelot, who's nothing but a big, good-natured clown.
Oh, thou must not censure her for it. All women are likewise.
You too?
Mayhap I will be too, if e'er I marry.
Sandy, you're not the silly girl I took you for at first.
You said a mouthful, Sir Boss.
What was that?
Oh, 'tis a phrase Clarence taught me. A fair-sounding phrase, is it not? I am quick to learn.
Uh-huh. But do you think Arthur's learning anything from this self-conducted poll?
He hath seen enough of misery, my lord, to make him wonder that men can bear their burdens. He hath learned to love his people, not from kingly heights, but from his heart.
That's what I'm trying to get at, Sandy. If we can make him forget about the divine right of kings and convince him of the inherent rights of men, nothing will stop us.
Sir Boss, thou art truly noble in thyself. And handsome, too.
Nick, Sandy, come on, let's find Arthur. I want to get to London before dark. London at that time was no more than a sprawling mud village. The filth and litter that clogged the streets was incredible. And the people, thousands of them, swarming, sweating, and swearing in every nook and corner. For a while, the three of us wandered around the shops, and when Sandy spotted a hat shop she liked, we left her there. I wanted to get Arthur back to the marketplace where he could get an on-the-spot view of some slaves being sold. That was part of his education. So back to the marketplace, the two of us went. We got a place near the auction block, and it wasn't too comfortable. We were pushed and jostled, and then suddenly, the king and I were seized and thrust toward the block. The men who had done it stood grinning before us. Arthur was livid. He roared out,
"What meanest this in manner jest?"
Jest, he calls it. What maketh ye think 'tis a jest? Put these slaves to the block for sale.
Slaves? I'm no
We're not
slave.
slaves. We're farmers. We're free men.
If indeed ye be freemen, bring forth your proofs.
What proofs?
The law requireth you to prove ye are freemen, and you cannot. You're slaves.
Thou art mad.
No, he's not. It's the law that's mad. We're stuck, Arthur.
Nay, mark ye, yonder rides Mordred. Mordred! Hark ye, Mordred, fair brother!
Who calleth?
Over here. 'Tis I who call.
What insolence is this? That a slave that dare call out to me.
Marry, I am no slave, but thy brother. I am Arthur.
Arthur? A slave, my brother? The man's mad. Give him 20 lashes upon his back, that he may regain his senses and learn in what fashion he is my brother.
Mordred! Mordred! Ah, he knew me not.
Prepare thyself, varlet.
How darest thou? I'll teach thee to lay thy low-born hands upon my person.
Arthur, no! Arthur, no! Hey, Arthur, what did you do to this guy? Great catfishes, you killed him.
'Tis as he deserved.
Brother, this does it. Now we're really up the creek.
I, Arthur, in a dungeon, a slave. I shall not suffer it. I shall proclaim myself.
You open your mouth and we'll really be in a mess.
But I am king.
In those clothes, who'd believe you? They just think you were crazy and we'd be worse off than before.
Is one of noble birth to be put in irons because he seemeth a peasant? Ah, 'tis unjust.
There's no justice in your land except for nobles. Trial by jury hasn't been invented yet.
Aye.
Then are we doomed. Where is thy great magic now, Sir Boss? If Merlin were here, he would save me.
Look, Arthur, never mind about Merlin. We've got to put our faith in Sandy. We've been wandering around for 3 weeks, but we're actually not more than 2 days' ride from home. She can get to Camelot and bring help in 4 days.
But, Sir Boss, are we not to be hanged in 3?
King, thou hast me. Right behind the 8 ball. Came the dawn, and we were hauled out to the field where the gallows were ready and waiting. Public hangings were another source of amusement to these gentlefolk, and there was quite a multitude turned out to see the fun. Arthur gave them an extra show by planting himself in front of the grandstand and proclaiming,
Know ye that I am Arthur, King of the Britons, and that upon ye one and all shall the awful penalties of treason fall, and so much as one hair of my sacred head be touched with harm.
Behold His Majesty, His serene and sacred reggae. Tremble and fall upon the earth. 'Tis the King of the Slaves who speaks, and his word is law.
Do you not believe me? I am Arthur, Arthur thy king, Arthur of the Table Round.
Bring him forth up to the scaffold.
Come, my son. Take my crown, half my kingdom.
I had a crown for thee, and a necklace of rope, too, varlet.
Kneel, my son. Ego vos et salvo ebannibus peccatus.
Art ready?
No!
1.
No, wait!
2.
Wait, you must wait! You can't hang him! It was awful. The worst moment in my life. I wonder, sir, if you'd excuse me.
Certainly. Are you quite sure you're all right?
Well, I am a little upset. I'd like to step out and have a smoke before I tell you the rest.
I understand. Take your time. I'll be here when you get back. End of Act 2. Time, the present once more. Place, the Ford Theater. Before our third act begins, I'd like to tell you a little more about our plans for the weeks ahead. If you care to join us these coming Sunday afternoons, you will hear radio dramatizations of famous motion pictures. Next week, for example, we've scheduled Preston Sturgis's remarkable comedy, The Great McGinty. You will hear famous Broadway plays, such as On Borrowed Time, popular mysteries like A Coffin for Demetrius, the musical hit Carmen Jones, new radio plays commissioned and written especially for the Ford Theater. In short, excellent entertainment in great variety. Now, A Connecticut Yankee, Act 3. I watched the young man from Connecticut closely when he returned. He seemed calmer now as he took his place beside me on the museum bench, ready to resume his story.
Well, as I said, the sight of that hangman's noose slipping over King Arthur's head sent me into action. As I sprang forward, I heard in the distance a faint but ever-swelling and most welcome sound. I couldn't believe my ears. I looked up. Sure enough, cutting through the skies at top speed was squadron upon squadron of airplanes in perfect formation. They swept overhead, releasing as they passed hundreds and hundreds of small white specks which came tumbling toward Earth, blossoming as they fell into full-blown parachutes. And dangling from each and every parachute was a knight in full armor. What a sight! The first to land was Sir Launcelot. The moment he hit solid ground, he leapt to Arthur's side and bellowed at the crowd.
Down upon thy knees, every rascal of you, and salute your king. Who fails, falls by the sword. My liege, how fare ye?
A moment more, and I had fared merrily into another world. Ah, good Launcelot, our utmost gratitude is thine for this deed.
Faith, 'tis not upon me thy thanks should fall, but upon Clarence. 'Twas he who wrote it all.
Unto thee, then, gallant Clarence, are we much beholden.
Think nothing of it. I've had the boys practicing this maneuver for quite a spell now. Figured it might come in handy sometime. So when Sandy showed up with her story, well, that was H-hour. Good thing, too, wasn't it?
That's putting it mild. Is Sandy all right?
That I am, my lord.
I brought her down pickaback.
Verily, 'tis the happiest of reunions. I have learned through many lessons that thou, Sir Boss, and thou, gentle Sandy, art my friends most dear and near. Thou hast taught me how my people suffer, and what they must be given, that they may attain to the brave new world of which I would be king. 'Twould please me that thou, too, were never to part from me, nor yet from one another. How seemeth it were I to betroth thee one to the other?
Well, I never expected a king to do my proposing for me, but I'll take you up if Sandy's willing.
How sayest thou, fair Sandy?
'Tis even as I wished it might be, Sir King.
Aye, then 'tis settled. And thou, Sir Boss, wilt lead us upon a quest of goodly works and noble deeds that will outshine all past adventures of the Table Round.
So Sandy and I were married. Don't get the idea that the king put anything over on me. I had the same idea myself, but he beat me to it. Well, if ever there was a happy man on earth, I was that man. I had a wonderful wife, I had the full confidence of the king, and I was fast distributing the blessings of freedom and progress among the people.
Release thou the prisoner from this dungeon.
That I will not. He hath languished here these 13 years, and here he will remain.
Of what crime is he accused?
'Tis forgotten, mattereth not.
I have here an order for his release. 'Tis from the newly fashioned court, and hath a wondrous sound.
And what may that be?
A writ of habeas corpus.
Strike! Thou liest, knave of an umpire! 'Twas a ball if ever I did see one.
Beware! Launcelot stealeth hound! Slide, Launcelot! Slide!
Hold out! Ever with thou blind, Sir Umpire! Didst thou not see?
Cease thy mutterings ere I send thee to the showers.
Play ye ball!
Hast ever seen the like? 5 rooms and modern bath and Camelot Heights. Sir Boss himself will bought a house in this exclusive place.
Aye, but 'tis expensive.
What sayest thou? Hath not King Arthur decreed that all may own their homes? Think no longer as a serf, but as one who earneth wages. And where else wilt thou find so fair a house? 'Tis but a block from schools and buses.
3 whole years passed like a single day. And at the end of the 3rd year, Sandy and Clarence were in my office going over the annual reports.
You'll be interested in this financial statement of the Camelot Consolidated Gas and Electric Company, dear. They made a profit this year.
Good. Here's the survey from the Public School Board. Notice there's now at least 1 elementary and 1 high school in every town. You'll also find the blueprints for the new university included.
All right, Clarence.
I've made up a report on the Camelot Daily Post Gazette. We've got a circulation now of over 500,000.
Good work, Sandy.
Now, about the expedition you want to send out to discover this place you call, America?
I don't think the Navy's quite ready yet. Are these all the reports?
Yes, except the one on the stock market from Sir Launcelot. I must say that he's abusing his position as president of the stock exchange. Last week he cornered the steel market, and people simply don't have a thing to wear. And the week before he almost started to panic.
Clarence, you've got to understand that Launcelot is a born adventurer. We won't let him go looking for dragons, so he corners steel markets. If it gets too bad, we'll pass a law. Is that all?
Yep.
Will you excuse me, then? It's Geronimo's feeding time.
Oh, Geronimo. Is that any name to saddle a kid with?
Can I help it if you taught Sandy to make parachute jumps? Shall we take in a movie this evening, darling?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I have a meeting of the Camelot Ladies' Welfare and Cultural Society. I'm vice president, you know. Will you mind Geronimo?
What about the nurse?
She'll be at the Welfare Society, too. She's president.
Yes. Sir Boss, do you really think it was a good idea to emancipate the women? They're getting awfully hard to handle these days.
Work made the years go faster, and there was plenty of work to be done. Streetcars and washing machines went hand in hand with better working conditions and a higher standard of living. Libraries and day nurseries were opened before bowling alleys and baseball fields. What had taken 150 years in America, I was accomplishing in 15. Of course, there were those who didn't like the way things were going.
Freedom of speech, freedom of worship, freedom of opportunity. I tell thee, Merlin, Sir Boss hath not only destroyed the flower of chivalry, but hath corrupted the people with his magic.
Fear not, good Mordred. I have a magic older than his. This enchantment he hath cast upon the land will not endure. Mark me, we shall wait our time and strike, and yet be masters of the realm.
Merlin was always doing his best to stir up trouble among the knights, but we were making real progress despite them. At the beginning of the 16th year, Arthur came around and told me it was high time I had a vacation. Didn't know but what I agreed with him. So I packed Sandy and Geronimo off to a spot where I'd invested pretty heavily in resort property, and we had ourselves a time. The French Riviera isn't what it used to be. Then it was wonderful, and I had the best time of my life. Until one day when Sandy came tearing down to the beach.
Come on up to the house. Clarence is on the radio phone.
No phone calls for me, Sandy. I'm on vacation.
But you've got to come. This is serious.
Okay. Stop dragging me. What happened?
Merlin. He got you out of the way and then moved in.
Merlin got me out of the way?
Yes. He talked Arthur into getting you to take this vacation.
Why didn't Clarence get in touch with me?
Because the first thing they did was to take over all communications. He's risking his life to sneak through this call.
But didn't the king and Sir Launcelot do anything?
Talk to Clarence. He'll tell you about it.
All right. Hello, Clarence. Spill it.
Listen, boss. The day after you left, Merlin and Mordred up and told the king all the gossip about Launcelot and Guinevere.
Oh, no.
The boys chose up sides, and there was a terrible battle between Launcelot's army and Arthur's army, which saved Merlin the trouble of wasting his own men.
Divide and conquer. And I thought that was a 20th century invention. Where is Arthur now?
Dead. Killed in battle.
Arthur dead? Impossible.
So Mordred is king and Merlin is running the show. They're just waiting for you to get back to ring down the final curtain.
They haven't got a chance. Why, with our stores of ammunition and our thousands of trained troops...
Save your breath. We have just 50 loyal men left. The rest went over to Merlin.
But why?
Why? Because they were scared, that's why. They were scared of Merlin without you on the spot to protect them. Did you really think you'd educated the superstition out of these people?
I did think so, yes.
Well, now you know better.
So the game's up, is it?
Not necessarily. You remember that big cave just north of the river?
Yes.
Well, I took our faithful 50 and turned it into a fortress in case you might want to make a real fight of it.
In case? Of course I want to make a real fight of it. I'm coming back to England. As someone is going to say someday, I have not yet begun to fight. The moment I got back, I could see that everything was wrong. The streets of Camelot were empty, dark. No people, no automobiles, no policemen, no lights, nothing. Clarence met me in a jeep just before dawn and whisked me over to our fortifications. He picked the ideal spot for our last-ditch stand. The cave was located about halfway up a hill so that we couldn't be attacked from the rear or the flanks. The enemy would have to make a head-on attack, and we were well prepared for that.
I think we've covered every possibility, Sir Boss. I figure the first thing they'll do is charge across that field in formation, so I've planted a little garden to greet them.
Anti-personnel mines?
Right. That field out there is loaded with them.
Did you test them, Clarence?
Well, a committee of knights snooping around was kind enough to test one for us.
And did the committee make a report?
I'll say they did. You could have heard it for a mile. Then, you can see the fences for yourself.
Are they electrical?
Natch. Now, up there on the hill, right over the cave, I've set up 20 nests of machine guns, and just in case, I've dammed up the river so that the whole field can be flooded in an emergency.
Clarence, you're a military genius.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised. Well, we're all set.
And none too soon. Look out there.
Get a load of that, will you? How many do you figure there are?
Hard to tell from here.
Looks like a tidal wave coming up, doesn't it?
I see they've gone back to horses. It's quite a sight, isn't it, Clarence?
Yes. Makes me sick. You give people a chance to be free, to live without fear, to find security and peace. The first chance they get, they vote themselves right back into slavery.
It isn't their fault. Probably takes longer than we thought to teach a whole population what freedom really means.
Teach? Brother, they have to be willing to learn. Look, you can see them plainly now.
And hear them, too.
Must be 30,000 of them. Look at them come. Well, they'll reach the minefield in a few minutes. Won't be long now. Closer. 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 Minefield, do your duty! Ready for the electric fences! Full power!
They're dropping like insects.
Machine gun batteries! Open fire! Give it to me! Break open the dam!
It was quite a victory. 30,000 men slain on the field of battle in 20 minutes. But through victory came our defeat by 3 lines of rotting corpses all around our cave. It was impossible to get out. The disease I dreaded began to take its toll among my handful of boys. One by one, they were struck down. Finally, I got it myself.
So, boss, isn't there anything I can do for you?
Yes. Listen, Clarence. Listen carefully.
Yes, sir?
Pull the switch.
The master switch?
That's right.
So, boss, things aren't that bad.
We're licked, Clarence. We've conquered in one way and we've been conquered in another. Pull that switch.
All those beautiful factories and mills and workshops, all to be blown to bits.
We knew it might have to be done someday, Clarence. Isn't that why we loaded them with dynamite and ran the wires here?
I didn't think we'd ever really use it.
Thanks for the faith in me, Clarence. I'm afraid I've let you down.
Don't talk nonsense.
Clarence, get started. I don't want to miss the last act.
I'll be right back, boss. Sit tight.
That must have been the munitions dump. All gone. All gone. The dream of... What? Is that you, Clarence?
Now is thy power lost to thee, thou who wert Sir Boss.
Merlin.
Now have I conquered thee at last.
Go away, Merlin. Scat.
Sleep, Sir Boss. Sleep, Sir Boss. Sleep. Thou shalt sleep for 1,400 years, and then thou shalt awake in a strange and terrible land.
That's the last sound I heard back there. I woke up in my own yard in Hartford with that army guy tossing water in my face and laughing like a fool. And that's all there is to it. Well, sir, you've been kind to listen to me. I've got to get back to the place I call home now, back to Hartford. Bye. It's been nice talking to you.
Goodbye, young man. He walked slowly over to Sir Sagramore's armor, ran his hand ever so gently over the breastplate with the bullet hole in it, turned, stalked down the aisle between the helmets, swords, hauberks, spears, and morions, and disappeared through the door. That was the last I saw of him, the man who might or might not have been a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court. Mark Twain on his star. We hope we've followed you in spirit, if not always in letter, and we beg leave to add a 20th century moral to your 19th century tale, namely, freedom, which is greater than gadgets, must be learned and guarded still. The placards outside the Ford Theater read, next week, The Great McGinty, a notably hilarious comedy based on the movie classic by Preston Sturges. Come one, come all.
A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court was adapted by Lillian Shane, edited by Howard Teichman, with continuity by George Faulkner. The musical score was written and conducted by Lynn Murray, and the entire production was under the direction of George Zachary. The Yankee was played by Mason Adams, King Arthur by Carl Swenson, Sandy by Charita Bauer, and Clarence by Eon Martin. The other players were Santos Ortega, Horace Braham, Neil Fitzgerald, Reese Taylor, and John Moore.
This is Howard Lindsay saying good afternoon for the management of the Ford Theater and extending a cordial invitation to meet the Great McGinty here next Sunday.
The Ford Theater is presented by the Ford Motor Company, makers of Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln cars, and Ford trucks, tractors, and buses.
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary 3-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated. But the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablet.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Chester, do you have to do that? You're just stirring up a lot of dust.
Well, cleanliness is next to godliness, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know, Chester, but all you're doing is getting it off the floor into the air. Man can hardly breathe in here.
All right, Mr. Dillon. I'll do my sweeping later.
Yeah, good.
My mother taught me that, Mr. Dillon.
Touch of what, Chester?
That cleanliness is next to godliness. She was a fine woman, too.
Oh, look, Chester, it's a good saying, and it's probably true, and I got nothing against your mother, except that she also should have taught you how to sweep.
Well, maybe she just didn't have the time, Mr. Dillon. You see, there was an awful lot of us, and what with chores and...
Oh, hello, Doc.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
What?
Doc said he'd buy you a drink, Mr. Dillon.
He really said that?
You coming?
Doc, you gotta quit throwing your money around the way you do.
Maybe you don't need it.
No, wait a minute, Doc. I'm with you. I'll tell you all about it when I get back, Chester.
I'd be mighty interested, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, sure be glad when it gets winter again.
Why, Doc? You'll just complain about the cold, then?
I suppose. You go sit with Kitty, Matt. I'll bring a bottle of Irish over.
Okay, Doc. Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Matt. What are you and Doc up to?
Hey, he wants someone to talk to, so he picked me. And you.
Fine. I'm a good listener. Lots of practice.
You like Jameson's, don't you, Kitty?
Sure, Doc. What are we celebrating?
Let's see here. We'll drink to a fellow that you don't know.
Uh-huh.
Cain Vestal.
Well, here's to him.
Yeah?
Here's to him. Yes, he'll be dead in a couple of months.
What?
That's what I told him.
What do you mean, Doc?
Well, I'm not the only one who's told him that. I'm just the last.
Well, who is this Cain Vestal, Doc?
Oh, it's just a fella came in on the train last night, leaving for Arizona tomorrow.
Huh?
That's where he's going to die, in Arizona. He's a musician. He plays the guitar, tells me.
Well, how's he going to die?
Consumption. He's got it bad. I'm the last doctor who's going to ask about it, he says.
Poor fella.
Yeah, the climate out there, keep him going for a little while longer. I don't know. He's such a sad man for some reason.
Well, who wouldn't be, Doc?
No, Kitty. I think Cain's been sad for a long, long time. He's a very nice fellow, too.
Nothing can help him, huh?
No, nothing.
You know, it's a funny thing, Doc. I'm just sitting here thinking. Sometimes you have to tell men they're going to die. Sometimes I have to.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, let's see. There he is. See that fellow with the car there? He just came in.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't think he knows anyone around here. You mind if I ask him over?
Sure. Your party, Doc.
Oh, good. Cain? Cain? Over here? Sit down. Sit down. Cain, this is Kitty.
Hello, Cain.
Kitty. This is Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Marshal. Pleasure to meet you.
He's doing it, yeah. There we are. Have a drink.
Oh, thank you, Doc. This your first trip west, Cain?
Yes, Marshal, it is.
Oh, where are you from?
No place in particular, Miss Kitty. I seem to spend most of my life on the Mississippi River.
I thought you were a musician.
I am. I was hired to ride the river boats and play my guitar for the passengers.
Oh.
Well, at least you've had a constant change of scenery.
After 20 years of going up and down that river, it got pretty familiar, Marshal.
Well, Cain, I knew a young fellow back in St. Louis before the war, and he was learning to be a river pilot. Say, I wonder if you ever ran into him. Name of Clemens, Sam Clemens?
No, Doc, I don't believe I did.
Oh, he was a very amusing fellow. He was just chock full of stories.
You leaving Dodge tomorrow, Cain?
I'm headed for Arizona, Miss Kitty. No reflection on Dodge, though.
If you hit a place out there called Tombstone, I wish you'd look up Virgil Earp for me. Tell him I sent you, huh?
Thanks, Marshal. I'll do that.
Say, Kane, I wonder, could I ask you a favor?
Why, certainly, Miss Kitty. Anything at all.
Well, would you play something for us?
I had an idea that's what it'd be. Anything in particular?
Oh, play something you like, Kane.
Another girl I knew used to like this one.
Thank you, Miss Kitty. I wish you were going to stay here a while. Maybe you could teach me to play like that, huh?
It'd be a pleasure, Miss Kitty. But I'm afraid I won't be around for long.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
It's, noon, Chester.
Yes, sir, I know, but you went off with Doc yesterday, so I figured I had a little time coming today.
Well, that depends on how you spent it. Now, if you've been gambling,
Now, Mr. Dillon, you know I never gamble. No, sir. I was out helping a fellow learn to shoot a 6-gun, that's all.
Now? You mean there's a man in Dodge who doesn't know how?
This fellow don't. Never had one in his hand before. He's a musician.
What?
Plays the guitar, he told me.
You mean Kane? Kane Vestal?
Yes, sir, that's his name. Nice a fellow you'd ever want to meet.
Yeah. But he was supposed to leave on the stage this morning. Now, what's he done with his 6-gun anyway?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. He just come by here early this morning asking if I'd teach him.
Now, where'd he get the gun?
Said he just bought it. Anything wrong, Mr. Dillon?
No. It just doesn't add up somehow, so.
Oh, well, he won't cause any trouble. He's not the sort.
You never know, Chester.
No, sir. My Kitty looks pretty this morning. She's got a yellow parasol, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty? No, I think I'll go see her for a minute. I'll be right back, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty?
Hello, Matt.
Kitty, I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Oh, sure. What is it?
I'm curious about something, Kitty. Maybe you can help me.
Maybe.
How long was Kane Vestal with you yesterday?
Kane? Oh, he didn't leave till the evening. Why?
Well, he didn't go out on the stage this morning, and he's bought himself a 6-gun. You any idea why?
A gun?
Huh?
Doesn't sound like Kane.
Anything happened yesterday, Kitty, or did he tell you anything?
Oh, yeah, there was one thing, Matt. Joel Adams and a couple of his men came in.
Yeah.
Kane got pretty upset when he saw him had a bad coughing spell.
Uh-huh.
Later, he asked a lot of questions about Adams.
Well, what'd you tell him?
Just that Adams is a big landowner around here, that nobody who isn't working for him likes him very much. That's all I know, anyway.
Yeah. They didn't talk. Adams and Kate?
No. I don't think they even know each other.
Well, anyway, he sure isn't the sort to be packing a gun.
Now, you'll just get into trouble, Matt.
Yeah. Where's he staying, did he say?
Dodge House, I think.
Thanks, Kitty. I'll see you later.
Come in.
Hello, Kane.
Why, Marshal Dillon. Come in.
Thank you.
What can I do for you, Marshal?
I thought you were leaving Dodge on the stage this morning.
Well, I was, Marshal, but I changed my mind. You know how it is.
Sure, Kane, sure. Now, we're glad to have you around. I'm just curious, though. Your staying have anything to do with that gun you bought this morning?
Oh, Chester told you. I thought he would. He's a good teacher, Marshal.
Yeah. But that doesn't answer my question.
Do I have to answer it?
I'm just trying to help you, that's all.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Marshal, but I'm afraid there's nothing you can do.
Look, Kane, you're new in this country. A man like you just can't pick up a 6-gun and call himself a fighting man. Not and expect to live through it.
I certainly lay no claim to be a fighting man.
Then why did you buy that gun?
There's no law out here against a man having a gun, is there, Marshal?
No. But any man who carries one is expected to use it when the time comes. You'd be a lot safer without one.
Being safe doesn't mean a whole lot to me, Marshal. Not now.
Yeah, I know. Doc told me. What's it all about?
It's a long story. And an old one, I suppose. I'd really rather not talk about it.
I can't force you to. But tell me this. Does it have anything to do with Joel Adams?
Yes, it does, Marshal. I'm going to kill him.
When?
I don't know. Anytime.
Well, why?
That's the long story I mentioned.
All right, Kane. But if you try to face him, he'll kill you before you got that gun halfway out of your belt. And if you shoot him any other way, you'll hang for it.
You've forgotten something, Marshal.
What?
No matter what I do, I'm going to die soon anyway. A month or two isn't going to make any difference.
You hate Adams that much?
I wouldn't kill a man I didn't hate, would I?
I didn't think you were the sort of man who'd kill anyone.
Only Joel Adams, Marshal.
Then I gotta warn him about you.
Well, I understand, Marshal. It's all right. He doesn't know me anyway. Never even saw me before.
But you want to kill him?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll take your gun away from you, but you just find another one. And I can't arrest you unless I catch you trying to bushwhack him.
I'm sorry for the trouble I'm causing you, Marshal.
You know, I've never had to deal with a man like you before, King. Maybe I ought to just tie you up and throw you on that stage.
You could. But I'd just come right back.
Yeah, I guess you would.
I'm sorry this has to happen here in Dodge, Marshal.
Then why don't you leave?
I guess I hate Joel Adams too much.
All right, Kane, I'm through trying to convince you. So long.
Goodbye, Marshal.
heard of Cain Vestal, Marshal. I never saw him before last night. You must have known him somewhere, Adams. You're trying to make me out a liar, Marshal. I'm trying to save Cain's life and yours, maybe. Oh, he ain't gonna shoot me. I'll kill him first time he looks sidewise. Maybe you won't see him. Oh, shoot me in the back, eh? Well, in that case... In that case, what? Why, nothing, Dillon, nothing. Forget it. If Cain's shot in the back, you'll be the first man I take in, Adams. I don't even know him. Why should I shoot him? I'm only warning you. Well, just leave me be, Marshal. I can take care of myself. See that you do, Adams, and only yourself. Why, sure, Marshal. Only I don't much like the idea of some stranger gunning for me. Makes me sort of uneasy. There must be some reason for it. Don't start it again, Marshal. There ain't no reason. I know. You've led a blameless life. You never hurt anyone. I told you twice. There are men around here who'd shoot you on sight if they thought they could get by with it. I don't think you were ever any good, Adam, so don't tell me Cain's got no reason. I don't believe it. You're pushing me now, Marshal. I'm tired of your talk, that's all. Maybe it's true you don't know him, but he sure knows something about you. Well, then I wish you didn't. That's all I got to say. But just keep out of his way. Give it a little time, and maybe there won't be any killing at all. Why, sure. All the time in the world. All right, Adams. I've done all I can. Just don't worry about me. I'm not. Then goodbye, Marshal. Goodbye.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, back tomorrow night. Pull up your chair, or better still, roll back your rug. It's the Vaughn Monroe Show returning to the Star's Address. Listen for Vaughn, the Moon Maids, the Moon Men, and their wonderful way with popular music and songs. Once again at their old familiar Saturday night time on CBS Radio. Remember, they're coming back tomorrow night. You and the whole family are invited to this season's scintillating premiere of the Vaughn Monroe Show on most of these same stations. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Quiet around town tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. There's a trail herd due in a couple of days. I suppose business will pick up then.
You'd think those cowboys be too tuckered out after a ride like that to have any juice left in them at all, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, they're too poor to cut loose any other time.
Well, that don't stop them down in Texas, Mr. Dillon.
No?
No. It's just like an uncle of mine back in Waco. He was poor, oh, he was mean poor. But he always said the only good money was to have fun with.
Oh, did he have fun?
But, no, sir. He was too poor, like I said.
All right, Chester, all right. All I ask is that you don't try to explain it to me.
Well, but there's nothing to explain, Mr. Dillon. It's just that he was the one poorest man who'd ever...
Marshal, say, you want to talk to Cain Vestal?
What?
Cain is upstairs in my office.
He been shot?
No, not shot. Beat up.
Well, how is he, Doc?
Well, he's not too bad. A couple of cowboys found him just outside of town. They heard a shot and said two men rode off before they could stop them.
Yeah?
And I guess whoever it was, they didn't have time to finish the job. They just got started working on him.
So Adams made the first move, huh? I'll be back soon, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. They hit him on the head with a gun butt. Scratched him up some. Outside of that, he's fine.
That's still assault, even if they didn't kill him, Doc.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Anyway, they took a shot at him when they heard those riders coming along. Went right through his coat.
Yeah. They probably think he's dead.
So that's where you went, Doc. I might have known.
Didn't even give you a chance to use that gun, did he, Cain?
I didn't have a gun on me, Marshal, but it wasn't he. It was they.
Huh? Did you recognize them?
Well, I don't know many people around here.
You know Joel Adams, so you told me.
It wasn't Adam.
Could you pick him out if you saw him again?
No, Marshal, I don't believe I could.
Where were you when they grabbed you, Kate?
End of Front Street. I was taking a walk after supper. They rode up behind me, one on each side, lifted me up, and carried me out of town a ways.
You must have got a good look at him, at least when they got off their horses.
It was too dark, Marshal.
Yeah. Doc, how long has he been here?
Oh, about half an hour, Marshal. Why?
Those cowboys who saw you, Kane, they brought you right in here, didn't they?
Yes.
So it was maybe an hour ago when those two men hauled you out of town? It was plenty light enough then.
Was it, Marshal?
You're gonna fight it yourself, aren't you?
Yes, Marshal. It's my affair.
It was, Kane, but you've been assaulted and shot at, so it's the law's business now.
I won't prefer any charges, Marshal.
You don't have to. I've seen you, and I know who did it, or who hired it done, as well as you do.
Please, Marshal. I got to handle this my own way.
There's a law that says you can't murder a man, Kane, and the same law says he can't murder you. Are you so full of hate you can't get that through your head?
I guess that's it, Marshal.
All right, Kane. You do what you have to do. So will I. Hello, Adams. I've been looking for you. It's late, Dylan. Can't you see me tomorrow? It's not even midnight. That's early for you.
You see how this marshal's always trying to get me on the Proud Boys?
These boys of yours play pretty rough themselves, Adams.
Meaning?
Didn't they tell you?
Tell me what?
What they did to Kane Vestal?
They did not kill Kane Vestal, and you can't prove it.
No, Adams, I can't. Kane isn't even dead.
What?
You know, I'm curious, Adams. Why do you think he might be?
Why, somebody said he got himself hurt.
Joel Adams.
You arranged this, Marshal?
You know I didn't.
Who is he? What does he want?
Hello, Joel Adams. Don't strain yourself so you don't know me.
Who are you?
Kane Vestal. But my name doesn't matter.
What are you haunting me for? I never saw you before in my life.
That's true. You didn't. But we had a friend in common once.
A friend? Who?
Julie Travis.
What about Julie?
You were a riverboat gambler then, Adams, and you had money and fine clothes and a way with women, especially young girls. Julie was only 16 at the time.
Never mind all that.
So she went away with you to be married, you told her.
Oh. I think I guessed the rest. You wanted to marry her, but I got her instead. Is that it?
That's it, Adams. That's exactly it.
Oh, now I thought you really had something on your mind, Vestal. Well, all right, why don't you get out of here and quit bothering people while you can still walk?
Julie killed herself, Adams. She committed suicide.
What?
You didn't know that, did you?
Well, it's got nothing to do with me.
Because you never married her after all. It was just a year after you abandoned her in New Orleans. I think it has a lot to do with you, Joel Adams.
What are your plans, mister? I see you got a gun in your belt.
Gonna kill you.
Oh, so? When?
Now. Right now.
All right, Vestal, draw.
Leave the gun where it is, Kane.
One thing I always promised myself, Adams. Someday I'd spit in your face.
Why, you...
Give me the gun, Adams.
Right.
He's dead.
Well, he was going to kill me. You heard him.
He wanted you dead, Adams, any way he could manage.
I know it. That's what I say.
You're under arrest for murder.
What? It was a gunfight.
He never even moved for his gun.
Well, then I'll hang for this. He couldn't have got me any other way.
No, don't suppose he could have.
I remember the river gamblers used to say, don't matter how you win so long as you win. That Kane should have been a gambler.
Maybe he was. Come on, let's go.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell with Georgia Ellis and Larry Dobkin. Parley Bayer is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc. Clancy Cassell speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Both back this Sunday night. Edgar Bergen and Company and Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks. Yes, it's the Bergen and McCarthy Show with Mortimer Snerd, Podine Puffington, Effie Clinker, Ray Noble's Orchestra, and guest stars. Back Sunday nights at the Stars Address starting this weekend. Returning the same night is our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden as an English teacher ever seeking her special degree in romance. For comedy galore, enjoy Bergen and McCarthy and our Miss Brooks on most of these same stations. Back this Sunday night, presented by CBS Radio.
This is Amos, but my real name is Freeman Gosden. I urge you to vote. And as Amos would say, follow the election returns on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, the winners of the 4 1948 Super Deluxe Ford V8 four-door sedans in the third new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser Jingle Contest, which closed March 13th. Well, Nick, are you going to make the awards?
Am I? Mike, I've been looking forward to this all week. Here are the folks who get those brand new 1948 Fords. Eileen Brassfield of 221 Emerson Avenue, Aspinwall, Pennsylvania. Mrs. Helen Hill McWilliams, in care of E.S. West of 167 Park Street, East Orange, New Jersey. Mrs. Robert L. Perry of 2314 West Adams Street, Phoenix, Arizona. And Mrs. Helen Jane Stage of 6926 Parnell Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. And let me add that I hope these lucky people get as much pleasure driving their Fords as I had in awarding them.
Yes, to all these Ford and other prize winners, congratulations. And remember, we'll have more winners next week, so be sure to listen then.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. Unidentified thieves start a campaign of burglaries in your city. Homes are broken into and stripped of their furnishings. There's no lead on the criminals. Your job, get 'em.
When you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes, the difference is quality.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. If you want a long cigarette, smoke that best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest. Turkey Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Because in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Smoke Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, August 3rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the business office, and it was 9:25 a.m. when I got to room 45, burglary detail.
Did you get all the money together, Joe?
Yeah, $1 from each man in the detail. We got to buy the gift.
When's Austin going to get married?
Next Sunday. We haven't got too much time.
I don't know why we always have to pick out the gift.
Somebody has to do it. You got any ideas what we ought to get him?
Talked to my wife over the weekend. She thinks it'd be nice if we get him something to start housekeeping with. Maybe some nice kitchenware, table lamp.
Yeah, I don't know if we have enough dough for a good lamp. But maybe they might like a bedspread. You can always use them. Or maybe a nice wool blanket, huh?
I don't know. Got to be careful about those personal things.
What do you mean? What's personal about a blanket?
Well, we don't know much about the girl Austin's going to marry. She might not need any.
Excuse me. Could you tell me something?
What's that?
Could you tell me something?
Well, what do you want to know, little girl?
Is this where you come to report about stolen things?
Oh, that all depends. Why don't you come on in and tell us all about it, huh?
Thank you, I will.
Like to sit down, little girl?
I'm 12 years old. I'll stand if it's all right.
All right. Well, would you like to tell us what's been stolen?
Everything.
Hmm?
Everything's been stolen. We came back this morning and found it that way. Grandpa's awful mad.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we better get the facts to start with. What's your name?
Ruth Ann Marie Jeanette.
Jeanette. Is that your last name?
No, Snyder. Ruth Ann Marie Jeanette Snyder.
Did you come down here alone, Ruth?
Yes, Grandpa sent me. He's awful mad.
Where do you live?
With Grandpa.
Where's that?
Over on College Avenue. Grandpa's leg's bothering him. Arthritis. So he told me to come down and tell you about it.
About what, man?
Everything. We came back this morning on the train, and when we got home, we found everything was stolen. It's terrible.
What do you mean by everything?
I walked all the way over here to tell you. I'm thirsty, sir. Drink your fountain in the hall.
Well, we've got a cooler over here. Let me get you a cup. Huh?
Thank you.
You got the drink, Ben?
Oh, no, thanks.
All right, little lady. Here you are.
Thank you very much.
Well, would you like to tell us what it's all about?
Grandpa and I got back to Los Angeles on the train this morning. We've been on a trip back to Indiana.
Uh-huh.
We took a taxi cab home from the station. When we got there, everything was gone. Everything but the rug in the dining room.
Yeah?
All the furniture, every single bit. Sofa, the chairs, my desk upstairs, the stool. Everything's been stolen. I want you to find it.
You mean someone broke in while you were gone and took all your furniture? Is that what you think?
You know they did. The lock on the back door, it was broken. They took everything but the dining room rug. That's why Grandpa's home now.
Hmm?
He thinks the crooks will be back. He's sitting on the rug because he says if they take that, they'll have to take him, too. We better hurry.
Yeah?
Grandpa's not very big.
9:45 a.m. Ben and I drove little Ruth Ann Snyder back to her home on College Avenue. It was an old-fashioned wooden frame structure, a few doors up from College Avenue and Everett Way. Ruth Ann showed us inside and introduced us to her grandfather, Mr. John H. Snyder, age 78. He told us that a year ago, he and his wife, Ruth Ann's grandmother, had come to California from Indiana and rented the house on College Avenue. The grandmother had fallen ill and passed away suddenly 3 weeks ago. He and Ruth Ann closed the house and took the body back to Indiana on the train for burial. On their return that morning, they found the house stripped of every piece of furniture. We checked room by room and listed the missing articles. We put in a call to latent fingerprints.
Do you happen to know the serial numbers of your home appliances, Mr. Snyder?
No, sir. I've lived with most of the furniture for 40 years. You get to know the things you own in 40 years.
I know it was in my room, Sergeant. My desk, my table, and chair, the bed, the curtains. They took everything.
Well, how about the estimated value of the furniture, sir? What would you say it was worth?
Dollars and cents? Oh, I don't know. What's a house full of furniture worth to anyone? Guess everybody puts their own value on their things.
Yes, sir, they do.
Solid walnut dining set. A wedding present. Mahogany front room table. A solid too. It cost money in their day. All gone.
Were there any liens against the furniture, sir?
How's that?
Did you owe anything on the furniture? I mean, there was no trouble with the finance company or anything like that.
Oh, we didn't even know what a finance company was when the wife and I was married. It was a sad enough trip as it was. And Ruthie and me get here this morning, and everything's gone. All we own. Ruthie.
Yes, Grandpa.
Where the thieves broke in, would you show the officers, please?
It's back this way.
Okay.
How are you and your grandfather going to make out here, Ruth?
Grandpa says we'll buy 2 cots for tonight, Army surplus. There's no stove to cook on. We'll have to eat out.
Mm-hmm.
Later we'll have to go back to Indiana. Grandpa doesn't have much money. He's on a pension. Here's the back door. Let's see what they did to get in.
Must have used a hammer and a crowbar. Smashed it clean through.
You'll find the crooks, won't you, Sergeant?
We're going to try, Ruth. Better have the crime lab check this, huh?
Yeah. How about your neighbors, Ruth? You know any of them well?
I know who they are. I don't know any of them good. They're not very friendly.
We'd like to ask you and your grandfather a few more questions, Ruth.
All right. I don't know what I'm going to do when school starts. They stole all my stuff, even my composition tablets. I didn't have to take those.
Which grade are you in, Ruthie?
I was in A7. I'll be in B8. Why did they take my school things?
I don't know.
You see how they got in back there?
Yes, sir, we did. By any chance, did any of your neighbors know that you and Ruth here were going away?
Well, I didn't mention it, no.
Then no one kept an eye on your house while you were gone?
No, I didn't think it was necessary.
Might have helped.
I just remembered, Grandpa. Mrs. Merton. I told her we were going away.
Who's that, Ruth?
She runs a store down at the corner of the bird store.
Yeah.
She sells canaries, other kinds of birds, too. Mrs. Merton's her name. Store's right down the corner.
You figure she's the only one who knew you'd be gone from the house for some time.
Must have been the only one.
All right, Mr. Snyder, we'll be back to see you later on. Here's our card. We'll see if we can't do something to help you out here.
Let's see here. Friday, Romero, burglary detail. All right, thank you, boy. Ruthie will show you to the door.
Yes, Grandpa.
Miss Snyder.
Goodbye, sir.
Oh, say there.
Yes, sir.
Guess you understand, but I'd like to apologize anyway. I just couldn't do it.
What's that, sir?
Offer you a chair.
10:30 a.m. Ben and I called the Salvation Army and told them the Snyder situation. And then we went down the street to the store at the corner of Coolidge Avenue and Everett Way. The sign on the window said Mrs. Merton's Birdland, manager Agnes Merton. We tried the door. It was locked. A cardboard clock hanging on the glass door read, "Be back at 1 p.m." So we went back up to College Avenue and we started ringing doorbells. Some of the residents on the block didn't even know the Snyders. Of those that did, only 2 had noticed any activity at the house during the 3 weeks Mr. Snyder and his granddaughter had been away. They told us that they'd seen a moving van parked in front of the house about a week before. They also saw men moving furniture from the house into the van. Neither of the 2 could describe the vehicle or remember its license number. 12:45 p.m. We had a cup of coffee and a hamburger, and then we headed back for Mrs. Merton's bird store.
Yes, ma'am. Police officers. Got a few questions for you. Certainly. Something about birds?
No, ma'am. About one of your neighbors.
Oh.
The Snyders? They live just up the street from me.
Oh, yes, old couple. Poor Mr. Snyder passed away, a few weeks ago.
Yes, ma'am, we know.
They have a wonderful granddaughter, Ruthie. She and I are getting to be great friends. The Snyders having some kind of trouble?
We're investigating a burglary at their house.
Oh, was that... Now, you be quiet, Mary. You heard what I told Blackie. Just eat your food and be quiet.
I guess you knew the Snyders had been away for the last few weeks.
Yes, I did, but they're back. I saw Ruthie pass the window this morning.
You noticed any activity around the Snyder's house since they've been gone?
Well, yes, I did.
And just what you noticed, Miss Merton?
Well, it was 7 or 8 days ago, I think. Some white moving truck stopped in front of their place, and 2 men started moving up Snyder's furniture.
Uh-huh.
That was a little strange because Ruthie hadn't told me anything about moving. In fact, she said definitely she and her grandpa were coming back after poor Mrs. Snyder's funeral in Indiana.
Did you investigate it all, ma'am?
Excuse me. Who was that? You, Fred? Yes, you ought to be ashamed. You can see I'm busy. Another outburst like that, and all 3 of you, Fred, Blackie, Mary, I'll take care of you. Where was I?
You saw the moving van in front of the Snyder.
Oh, yes. And I went up to the moving men and asked them if the Snyders were going back to Indiana. Well, of course, they didn't know anything about it.
Did you inquire at the Snyder's house?
Well, no, it so happened I didn't. I was on my way to one of the big aviaries in the valley, and I just didn't have time to stop.
How about the moving van? Did you happen to notice the license?
I don't remember the numbers.
Any identifying marks about the truck you might remember? Maybe a sign on the side?
Yes, the side of the truck was painted white. And there was large blue lettering on it, van and storage, it said. I remember that much.
Was that all?
Well, yes, as I said, I was in a hurry. I had to pick up 3 sick canaries out in the valley.
Is there anything else about the incident you can remember? Anything at all?
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, thank you very much, Miss Merton. Here's our card if you happen to come across any further information.
Yes, all right. I'll have to go see the Snyders. Maybe I can help.
Fine. Goodbye, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yes, goodbye.
All right.
Fred, now you step up this minute. Fred?
Well, not much help there.
Not much. Give me an idea, though. Wedding present for the Austins.
Yeah?
Maybe a couple of canaries? In a nice cage?
5 p.m. We went back to the office. Reports had come in from 2 more victims. That night, Ben and I drove out to interview them. The circumstances of the theft and the M.O. of the criminals matched identically with the Snyder case. Both of the families victimized had gone off on vacations and neglected to notify either the neighbors or the patrolmen in their area. Both had allowed daily newspapers to collect on their doorsteps in their absence and otherwise left signs that their homes were vacant. In both cases, the thieves had forced an entrance through a back door or window, stripped the house of every last piece of furniture, and either hauled it away themselves or hired somebody to do it for them. We started canvassing the 2 areas where the crimes had been reported. Again, the neighbors saw the moving vans, but none were able to definitely identify the vehicles or their license numbers. Captain Fulton called us into his office.
You're going to have to try harder. I know they're hard to get, but get them fast.
Done about everything we can so far, Skipper.
Only one small lead. The thieves seemed to be using a different moving van on each job. We started to check the movers around town, the transfer companies.
Leighton French come up with anything yet?
No luck there.
One of the loudest rackets we've had since I came on this detail. Whole house full of furniture, everything a family owns.
Yeah. Well, we'll stay on top of it. The stats office may come up with something.
How about an outlet for all that stuff that's been stolen? Thieves can't be sitting on it.
Pawn shop and second-hand details have been alerted.
They're checking regular outlets, auction houses, second-hand places. Nothing yet.
About some kind of preventive idea. At least slow them down.
Good dose of publicity on the whole thing would help. If only people wouldn't keep it a secret when they're going away. Neighbors aren't alerted. That's why a lot of them didn't think much of it when they saw the moving vans parked at those houses.
And drawing blinds and the newspapers on the doorsteps didn't help much either. It's an open invitation.
Well, I'll see what we can do on the publicity end. We've had one campaign on this already. No, excuse me. Burglary, Captain Fulton. What's the address? Okay, I got it. Thank you. Here you go, another one. 63 hours, just called it in. Family back from vacation. Furniture all gone. Here's your address here.
Thank you.
Better get on it right away.
Let's go.
I'll have a little more help for you on this tomorrow. Crowley and Barnes will be free. They can work with you.
Okay, Skipper.
Check you later.
Right.
Sergeant Friday?
Yes,
You
sir.
remember me, don't you, Mrs. Merton?
Oh, sure. The bird store. Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Well, they told me to wait here. I guess everything will be all right now.
Yeah?
I saw it today on Olive Street. Here.
Hmm?
The truck that came to Snyder's house. That's the license number.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to extra mild Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Here is the reason why. When you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes, the difference is quality.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
And because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more and more smokers say it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
I agree, says Dick Hyland, sports columnist.
I agree, says Mrs. Deems Taylor, painter and theatrical designer.
I agree, says Frank Fenton, author.
Yes, all agree. It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima. Best of all, long cigarettes.
Because in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Smoke Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette.
Tuesday, August 11th, 6 p.m. The license number, which Mrs. Merton had given us, was checked through DMV. We found that the truck was registered in the name of a local second-hand furniture dealer by the name of Ralph Grismore. We checked his name through the police commission and in the I Bureau. He had a good reputation, no criminal record. Early the next morning, we picked up Mr. Snyder and his granddaughter, Ruth, and we drove to Grismore's second-hand furniture store. We identified ourselves and asked to look at his buy book. Under the date of July 27th, Grismore had recorded the purchase of more than 36 articles of furniture from a house on College Avenue. The address was that of the Snyders.
A man and a woman, Sergeant, they said they'd sold their house and they were going east. Man said the company he worked for transferred him to Boston. Told me he had to get back to take over his new job.
Would you recognize the people if you saw them again, Grismore?
Sure, I think so. The woman was a great talker. She said they figured on selling the stuff piece by piece. They'd get more, but since they had to leave town the next day, she decided to sell the whole lot to a dealer.
You got the furniture for a pretty low price, didn't you?
Pretty good price, yeah. That's why I went along in the fast deal. Wasn't going to talk myself out of a bargain. They wanted to sell fast, so I wanted to buy. I didn't think anything was wrong.
Sergeant.
Yeah, Mrs. Snyder?
Our walnut dining room set. That's it right over there.
You sure, Mr. Snyder?
Cigar bun on top, just above one of the legs. Know it anywhere. Seems to me that's our mahogany table. I'll look.
Sergeant, the table and my desk, here they are right here. My school stuff, too.
All right, Ruthie. Yeah, they sure stuck me all right. That's the last fast deal I ever make.
How did they contact you, Grismore? What kind of approach did they use?
Called me on the phone. I came out and gave them an appraisal on the stuff. Nothing suspicious about either the man or the woman.
That's so?
She was in a house dress, bandana around her head. The guy was in old clothes, just as homey as you please. Looked like he was doing a little repair work around the house, you know.
Mm-hmm. You notice if they had a car parked by the house?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't. There wasn't any in the driveway.
Mm-hmm. No argument over the price you offered them for the furniture?
No. They seemed to hesitate a little, but they took my first offer. I thought I had a good deal. I don't know.
How'd they react after you agreed on a price? In a hurry?
They said they had to board a train that night for Boston. They asked me to get the furniture out right away.
Mm-hmm.
The woman said they had other business to wind up, so if they weren't at the house when I came back with the van, why, she'd leave the back door open for me.
I guess you realized you were going to have to place a hold on this furniture that you bought.
Yeah, I know. I got nobody to blame but myself.
We gave this man and woman a check for the full amount of the sale. Is that right, Grismer?
$550 down the drain.
Do you have the canceled check?
No, not yet. If you like, you can probably get it from the bank. Don't imagine those crooks would waste any time cashing.
We'd appreciate it if you'd run down to the bank with us now.
Okay, sir.
Sergeant, could I speak with Mr. Grismore?
Sure, Mr. Snyder.
Mr. Grismore.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry about all this. I didn't know.
Oh, I understand, sir. You buy furniture, don't you?
Yes, sir.
What could you give me for 2 Army surplus cots?
Grismore made arrangements moments to round up Mr. Snyder's furniture and ship it back to his home. Then we took him down to his bank where he recovered the canceled check for $550. The endorsement read, Mr. Thomas Butterworth. According to the bank teller who waited on them, the suspect had cashed the check shortly after the sale of the Snyder's furniture. From the second-hand dealer and the clerk at the bank, we got a complete description of the man and woman known as Mr. and Mrs. Butterworth. We also had photostatic copies made of the check and specimens of the handwriting from the endorsement. From the descriptions, we checked the suspects through the stats office. We got nowhere. During the next 2 weeks, we found 6 more second-hand dealers who had been taken in on the same furniture deal. The description of the man and woman matched, and so did the handwriting and the endorsements on each check. There was only one variation. The couple went under a different name on each occasion. Wednesday, August 26th, 9 a.m.
12 cases like this today, is that right?
That's it, Captain. Got the description, M.O. handwriting. Still can't reach him.
Those thieves have been freewheeling for a month now. What's going to take to stop them?
Well, Ben came up with a pretty good idea this morning. We'd like to talk it over with you.
Oh, what's that?
Kind of a system of decoy, Skipper. We were thinking it might be a good idea to contact all the division captains and have them ask their men if they have any neighbors going on vacation.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, if we got a few dozen houses spotted around the city, we could plant a few things. Make them look obviously vacant.
We'd keep the houses covered at all times. They ought to make pretty good bait for those thieves.
Uh-huh. How would you set it up?
We could make arrangements to get a key to each home, keep the milk and paper deliveries coming, let them pile up on the doorstep. We could reimburse the people for whatever it cost.
We're not making any headway. We could run this for a couple of weeks, see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Try it.
9:30 a.m. We contacted all division commanders requesting them to ask their men to contact burglary detail if they knew of any of their neighbors about to leave on a vacation. During the next 2 days, the response came in and the plan went into effect. 40 homes throughout the city were spotted as decoys. They were kept under surveillance at all times. In the week that followed, 2 more burglaries of the same type were reported, but the suspects failed to try any of the decoy homes. The men in the pawn shop and second-hand details continued to work right along with us. The stolen furniture kept turning up, but not the thieves. Again, the homes that had been broken into displayed all the usual signs that the occupants were away. Old circulars and newspapers scattered on the lawn, milk bottles lined up at the door, all the blinds drawn. The decoy plan continued. No results. August 31st, we had a report of another burglary involving the theft of furniture. We made our investigation. 2 p.m. We went back to the office to get out a list of stolen articles.
Hi, Ben. Joe?
Hi, Austin. When'd you get back from your honeymoon?
Late last night. So Thelma, I'd sure like to thank all you fellas for that wedding present you sent us. Darn nice of you.
Well, we're glad you liked it, Austin.
Sure a beauty. I'd like to ask you a question about it, though. I hope you won't take it wrong.
No, go ahead.
Well, what is it?
You've got an early American house, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right.
It's an antique.
Yeah?
It's an apple peeler. One of the first ever built.
Oh, sure. Thanks a lot.
I get it. Burglary Friday. Yeah? Where? Right away, thanks. One of the decoy houses.
Yeah?
We got a bite. Together with Sergeants Crowley and Austin, we drove out to the decoy house where an unidentified man and a woman had been seen forcing entry through a back door. They'd been spotted by a police officer's wife who lived next door and who had called in the report. We parked down the street from the decoy home and waited. 5 minutes passed. We saw a woman dressed in a house coat come out onto the porch of the house, look up and down the street, and then go back inside. A few minutes after that, a gray Chevrolet sedan pulled up in front of the house. A man in a dark suit got out and entered through the front door. Ben called communications for a make on the car.
80K to Control 4. 80K to Control 4. Request DMV on 6 Mary 6778. Repeat, 6M 6778. Information urgent.
Roger, 80K. KMA 367.
We waited. There were no signs of activity from the decoy house. 2 minutes after Ben put in the call, we got our make on the gray sedan.
Control 4 to 80K.
80K, go ahead.
6 Mary 6778. 6M 6778 is registered to the Donahoe Furniture Company. Legal the same. 7811 Harvard Boulevard. It is a Chevrolet Deluxe 2-door sedan, 1941 model. Engine number C6VA4414.
80K, Roger. KMA 367.
A few minutes after the call back, a moving van drove down the street and backed into the driveway of the decoy house. The sign on the side of the van read Donahoe Furniture Company. 2 men got out, went up to the front door, and were let in. They came out in a couple of minutes and loaded a sofa into the moving van.
Okay, Joe.
Crowley and Austin get the sign.
Here they come.
Oh, that's great. Hey, you and Crowley want to cover the back, Austin?
Right. Let's go, Crowley. Yeah.
Come on, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. You want something?
Police officers like...
On the
top!
Run, hell!
Stand still, you. Austin and Crowley got her.
All right, hold still, mister.
Hold still. Hey, what's this all about? You cops?
That's right. You?
Mike's Donahoe. I'm buying this lot of furniture. Something the matter?
You're buying from the wrong people. They're not the owners. You better have your men move that stuff back in the house.
Okay, if you say so.
All right, lady, relax.
Take it easy, Helen. There's no use fighting. They got us.
You told it, but I told you luck doesn't last forever.
Okay, all right. Don't make it worse.
All right, let's go.
I'll take her, Austin. You better fix your shirt.
Yeah.
Come on, lady.
Put your hand.
What's the matter with your shirt, Austin?
Look, it must have happened when she tried to get away.
Yeah, lipstick all over the collar there.
Doesn't look very good.
No, it doesn't. What are you going to tell your new bride?
I got nothing to hide. I'll tell her the truth.
Yeah?
She'll believe me. Won't she?
The story you've just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On November 25th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Under our system of law, the jury selected to hear a case is accorded complete freedom. The jury's decision is the final result of the testimony and evidence presented in the course of the trial. So with Fatima. They are the final result of carefully selecting and blending only the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos to make Fatima extra mild. If you're a long cigarette smoker like I am, buy a pack of Fatimas and compare them with other long cigarettes, and you'll see the difference is quality. Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. So, smoke Fatima.
The suspects were identified as Mr. and Mrs. Thomas Dunbar. They were arraigned on 15 counts of burglary and tried and found guilty on all counts. They are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice came from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.